Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting on Wednesday, June 18, 2025. We are starting at well, according to that phone, the clock is 6:02. It is 6 on the dot. Is that how you say it? All right, so let's start. For those of you who want to join us, you guys can do it through Zoom. I believe we also do YouTube and Facebook, maybe. The Zoom link is in the agenda and is cityofsolidad.zoom.us/J/ 87980638 or you can call 669-900-6833. And like I said, we call to order at 6 o'clock. And let's have Darlene, you do the roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez. Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez. Councilmember Risa Benuelo.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here. Thank you. Now it's in this session is a public comment for closed session items.
And before we jump into the closed session items, I need to represent to the council that we need to add an item to the agenda on the closed session. And it, as you can recall, because we've had to do this before, in order to add an item to the agenda, and that's pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2, I need a unanimous vote, since we only have 3 of you here, that there was a need to take immediate action, which I can represent to you that is the case. And the need arose after the agenda was posted. Again, I can make that representation to you. The item that we need to add is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, and it's meeting to decide whether to initiate litigation. So I just need a motion to add an item to the agenda and add the item that I represented. That can all be in one motion.
Can I entertain a motion?
Second. And second.
Did
Oh,
we
you
have first?
Oh, you're
You have.
Oh, sorry.
So you have
Okay,
to
so move
speak.
first. Yes.
Yes, so move on. Second by Caldera. So is motion made by Councilmember Bañuelos and second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, say yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? No. Abstentions? No. Motion pass.
Out of public comment.
Yes. At this time, any member of the public might address the council agency on closed session items appearing on the agenda. Speakers should have a limited time of 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. And we are going to start with people online. Do we have anybody making a comment, public comment online? No, we don't have anybody. And then we bring it here to the chambers. Anybody wants to make a public comment on the closed session items? See none, then we close public comment in closed sessions, and we are now going to closed sessions where we are taking on 3 items. The first one is the city council will recess to closed session to consider personal matters pursuant to the Government Code Section 54957B1, city management evaluation. And number 2, the city council will recess to closed session to pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to the city's negotiator concerning the sales exchange lease of a property located at 1232 Monterey Street, APN 022 042 01500 and also that third item that we just added to the agenda to the closed sessions. So
Okay.
we will come back and we need a pause and and
All right, so we're adjourning to close.
So we're back, 6:33, and we are starting with a report for the closed session items by our, by our attorney.
Yes, so on item one, which was the city manager evaluation, the process continues. We didn't conclude it this evening, and so no other reportable action taken. And item number two, which was the real property item, the city's negotiators received direction. No other reportable action was taken. And on the item that we added, which was item number three, deciding whether or not to initiate litigation, direction was provided to legal counsel, and no other reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Mike. We're gonna follow now with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Caldera, could you guide us on that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. And before we do additions and modifications, I'm gonna give the floor to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez for a request.
Hi, yes, everyone. So before we begin, I wanted just to invite you all to join me in a moment of silence. Over the weekend, State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were tragically targeted in an act of political violence and were assassinated. This kind of attack is an assault on our democracy, on public service, and on the values we hold as a community. No public servant or person should ever fear for their life because of their willingness to serve their communities. So let us pause to honor their memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. And now additions and modifications, items of business might be added to the agenda upon a motion adopted by a minimum of 2/3 vote, finding that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the agenda being posted. Items might be deleted from the agenda upon request of staff and upon action of the council. And do we have any changes or modifications?
I do have one. I would like to swap public hearing number 1 and public hearing number 2. If we can take 2, which is the Tri-Cities Agreement first, and then the
Number 2.
and the public hearing regarding vacancies as the second item.
So we're gonna swap them where also in the same place,
Yeah.
but doing second first.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. Just swap. Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
That's all right. So, next item is public comments. At this time, let me increase that. Public comment. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. A public comment card should be filled out completely to ensure the speaker is called upon to give comment. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes. The mayor might further limit that time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. Please be brief and to the point. No action or discussion should be taken on any item not appearing on the agenda. And do we have anybody in online to make a comment? Yes, okay, go ahead. Who do we have? I don't see anything in there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
It's Enrique Garcia. I'm a coffee shop little owner. We do pop-ups, and I was trying to get it to see if you guys could get it on the agenda, but it wasn't possible. So I was bringing it to attention we wanted to organize a marathon, and the marathon would be for men's mental health awareness. We're thinking this month of June. I know things are kind of tight right now, but the 28th would be great. I have a couple sponsors that would be willing to participate. One of them would be Frank F&M and La Reina and the public gym, the private gyms here. And I got a couple other sponsors that are just willing to participate as well. But we're willing to organize it, but we just need the city to help us to get the permits in an adequate time so we could cut off the streets if you guys are willing to do that. If not, we could get PD to help us run it in like a parade style fashion, if that's okay with you guys. But that's kind of what we're trying to figure out more or less to get this rolling, if that's something that you guys would be willing to support.
Are you done, Enrique?
Yes.
Okay, so please get in contact with our city staff because I believe there is an event on the same day, so they will talk to you about it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Anybody
Thank you.
else with online? One more. Let's hear that.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So my name is Kelly Soriano, and I work for Monterey Salinas Transit here in Monterey. And we are offering community service hours for any youth between the ages of 16 to 17 in our Salinas office. So I just wanted to let you know they can go to our website and they can apply there.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? No more
Oh.
yes. Okay. So now we bring it to the chambers, and I believe we have two.
Written
Go ahead.
comments. Yeah.
Thank you. I have two public comments. First one was received by me from Inaida Flores. Good afternoon, council members. I am Inaida Flores, a member of Líderes Campesinas Committee. I want to thank you on behalf of my fellow members and myself for allowing us to use the community center for our Dia del Niño event. We hope events like this will continue with your support. Second comment is Maria Ramirez. Good afternoon. I am Maria Ramirez, a member of Líderes Campesinas Committee. I want to express our gratitude on behalf of myself and my fellow committee members for allowing us to use the community center to hold our Dia del Niño event. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. And thank you to Anida and Maria. That was a beautiful event. And anybody else in chambers that would like to make a public comment? No. Yes.
Through the chair, I did want to make a comment about the requests for events.
The events. Mhm.
Just so that public is clear on that. So the city is always happy to coordinate on events with various different groups, but there is a process, and it takes us at least 60 days really to go through the process, especially if it involves any road closures or public safety. And so I want the public to understand, while we want to honor the request and we're, happy to see the enthusiasm, there's just no way that the city would be able to respond so quickly to event requests. So just keep in mind to reach out to the community development staff who process requests for events if you're interested in events, and make sure that we have at least 60 days. Thank you.
And will they be able to use the application that we had for that Jessica has in the community center?
No, but I think we'll reach, if anyone wants to hold an event, they can reach out to community development or even call our main line. And we will walk them through the process, and each event may have to fill out a different application depending on what it is. The events that are held in the community center go through directly through
Parks.
recreation, but
Mhm.
yeah, just so that the public is aware to kind of work through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Now we're in the session of council presentations, and we have one, a proclamation for the City Council of City of Soledad recognizing June 19, 2025 as Juneteenth Day. And we have Councilmember Bañuelos who offer to read that proclamation.
Yes. So a proclamation to the City Council of the City of Soledad recognizing Juneteenth National Independence Day as June 19, 2025. Whereas on June 19, 1865, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed by President Abraham Lincoln, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of the Civil War and the emancipation of all enslaved African Americans. And whereas this momentous occasion became known as Juneteenth, a hybrid of June and 19th, and is recognized as the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas in June 2021, Juneteenth was designated as a federal holiday known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, symbolizing a long overdue recognition of the resilience and contributions of African Americans to our nation's history and culture. And whereas the City of Soledad values diversity, equity, and inclusion and is dedicated to building a community where all people feel seen, heard, respected, and celebrated. And whereas Juneteenth offers an opportunity for the Soledad community to reflect on the history of systemic injustices, honor those who fought and continue to fight for freedom and equity, and work together to promote a more just and inclusive future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Soledad hereby recognizes Juneteenth 2025 as Juneteenth National Independence Day in the City of Soledad, and calls upon all residents to recommit on the ongoing pursuit of equity, equality, and justice, honoring the generations of struggle, resilience, and hope that have led us to this moment of progress and possibility, and ensuring that the legacy of Juneteenth and the events of 1865 are forever remembered.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, we don't have anybody to accept the proclamation, but it's a reminder that we are, as a city, celebrating that day. And I believe that is the city open tomorrow.
Yeah, and just this is our first celebration of Juneteenth this year at the city. So the city is officially closed tomorrow. So it's so we can honor Juneteenth, but we will be reopening on Friday. So if anyone has business, don't come tomorrow, come on Friday.
And I don't hear any yay in the public. All right, thank you. We're gonna continue with consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine by the city council and will be adopted by one action of the council unless any council member has any questions or wishes to make a statement or discuss any item. In the event, the mayor will remove the item from the consent calendar for separate consideration. And I would like to ask my colleagues if they have any item that they would like to pull out of the consent calendar.
Let's see if I can
I would like to pull item C-4.
See the four?
try to add this my navigator flyer.
Ooh, oh, that's not.
I'm on mute, don't worry.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Is that
Can we mute
translator?
Kelly?
Okay. So Council Member Ansaldo Sanchez, just number 4.
Yes.
Council Member Caldera, do you have anything? Council Member Bañuelos?
C-3, please.
C-3, and I also wanted to bring C-3. So
Sorry,
I
and
can-
C-5, just for a comment.
oh, C-5. All right, so I'm entertaining a motion to approve item C1, C2, C and C6.
Before we do that, I think you have to the public.
Oh,
If they want to pull anything.
yes, thank you. Back to the public. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to pull up any of the items in consent calendar? And do we have anybody online? Darlene? Do we have anybody online? No, nobody online. How about in chambers? Do we have anybody? None in chambers, so thank you. So anybody wants to do the motion?
Sure. I motion to approve consent items 1, 2, and 6.
1, 2, and 6.
So moved.
Second by Councilmember Bañuelos, motion by Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes, opposed? Any abstentions? No, and the motion passes. So let's start with C3.
You can, but it's
Oh,
the same
go
one
ahead.
that you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, resolution city for approving non-exclusive professional service agreement with For Leave. Not to exceed 110,000. Thank you, Beatriz. If you can just kind of elaborate the extension, the extended and the agreement for, the budget and us.
Before you
ahead.
start, I think it's the same question that I was
Yeah.
gonna say, just if you can provide a little bit more feedback so that the public can understand what we're doing there.
Mhm.
Sure. So through the Community and Economic Development Department, we are responsible for all of the planning and building services that the city provides. So normally cities will do a request for proposals every so often to select a consultant that is helping us perform those duties. We hadn't had a request for proposals in the last 5 years. So last year we received direction from council that no later than this year, we needed to do the request for proposals just to assess the firms that are available to provide these services. We are currently consulting with CSG. We have our building official and our building inspector, all building services and planning services through CSG. By going through the request for proposals, and as you know, we have a very robust pipeline of projects, commercial and residential. So we interviewed different candidates and we decided that CSG and For Leave were the most qualified to help us with our process. One of the reasons we are happy with CSG and we would like to continue to work with them, especially on city projects. But we also like For Leave because they have a very comprehensive workflow system that we think it will be beneficial for the city to implement, especially as we continue to have more development in the upcoming future. You have seen our housing pipeline is huge. We also have some commercial development that is coming online. It's not unusual for cities to have more than one consulting firm providing these services. It's just that in the past, we only had one, and now we're extending to the 2 firms.
Just does that mean that we doubling the money that we're spending in consultants?
We're not doubling the money that we're spending on consultants. It's the same amount. We're just splitting it into 2 different consultants. Some of the projects, and it may see like the budget is small for the amount of work and for 2 different firms, but some of the bigger projects that we have online, they are what we call development funded. So which means the city is not paying for those expenses. The developer will have to reimburse us for those expenses, and that's not part of this budget.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just anybody else would like to begin? Thank you, Beatriz.
Thank you.
Now, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez for number 4.
Yeah, so for number 4, just begin by saying thank you for including the details on the staff report. And it seems to be a great opportunity that the district will have. But I do have some concerns. So we are committing to providing services, even if minimal costs. We are committing to impacting 300 students and also committing staff time to being part of the committee. Council was not made aware that the former chief had agreed to sign on to this, and it just feels odd. Also considering that we've requested as a council to meet with the school board and we still haven't been able to reach an agreement to meet. But we are now being asked to provide staff support. So I think just moving forward, I would like to have that opportunity to have conversations with the school board, especially if we are entering an MOU, and having, you know, adequate timeline of letting us know what's going on and stuff like that, as opposed to just like coming to consent. But that's basically all of my comments.
Thank you. And you want to continue with number 5?
Oh yeah, sure.
I didn't
Oh,
know-
you want?
Oh, through the chair, I didn't know if Randy wanted to say any words or I didn't want to put him on the spot.
Oh.
I didn't know he was here.
Regards to the MOU.
The Youth Safety Network.
Sorry?
Would you?
Yep.
Please.
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't. I think he missed that.
Oh.
Thing about his item.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak. So the district applied for a youth safety network, youth safety grant, actually last year. And this was a grant that's 3 years, $1 million, and it's aimed to provide youth safety outreach, intervention, focused on students that are struggling with issues at any of our secondary sites. Part of that is partnering with Soledad Police Department, and we appreciate the partnership we've had over the many months and years working together, both on just-in-time types of responses as well as more collaborative work. So the opportunity here is to specifically on the MOU with amongst other things that are listed to collaborate on co-training so that and not implying it in any way that police need training or admin, but to train together on strategies to reach and connect with our students. And so that's, you know, the primary impetus of the MOU, but it's overall just recognizing that I think together, as we do on other issues, providing a chance to collaborate and intervene, since the youth are both members of our community and also students that attend our schools. So I don't know if that's enough information, but that was why I was here tonight, to just support the approval. Any questions I can answer?
Thank you. And
Thank you.
you have a
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, I just want to add on to that. When they say staff hours and all that, this is stuff that is done within our day. We have a multitude of meetings every day and all that to all facets of the community. So this is something that gives us live time, real time information. We go to these meetings because Randy and I work together every day on this. So any problems going on there, we're kind of live time seeing this, and we can formulate stuff on the outside of it. So that it's just it's a dedicated cooperation between us. So like with talking with the city manager, we're not dedicated. There's not staff isn't going up there and all that. We're attending meetings, we're watching the trainings and all that. So it's a collaboration like that, something we're done. When Chief Lawson entered it, I wasn't aware you guys didn't know it, but it's just a collaboration where it's costing us realistically nothing. We have meetings to go through to the day, and that's one of them, which is one of our more important ones when we collaborate with this, because it's our students. I mean, yes, we don't have an SRO on the campus, but this gives us a opportunity to, again, live time, see the problems that are there. We can collaborate together and kind of an outside view, give them some advice on stuff.
I might, Barty, there's actually funds in the grant, so if there's any additional hours that are needed by chance, because we know at times getting the folks on the streets are important from the SVD. There's extra hours, there's funds in the grant.
Thank you. I think my comments were more just on having that open communication and the transparency, because when you explain it here, it makes sense. And I think I would like to see that continue and maybe having that conversation with everyone so that I'm not asking in the meeting and it comes and it's just like, oh, that's what it is, you know, because that's what I figured. But I think it's important for us to get that information when we're applying for stuff and stuff like that and committing staff time.
And it is a weird dynamic with the school board. We'll be the first ones to admit it, but we're kind of once removed from that, and we're working, you know, at our level below.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to do.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, boss. And are we in number 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
For me, I just wanted to pull this because I think this is something that's really exciting, and it goes into harm reduction. And I think it's something good and positive. So I'm excited for it. And it's just for the fentanyl strips and the Narcan and just having more availability down here in South County. I know that I've had friends that unfortunately would need something like this. And I think it's important for us to kind of lead that path forward. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. And I believe that we saw something in the news today about this. So I don't know if you guys saw something related to that. Thank you for to all the people that are doing this effort. And with that, we have I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item C3, 4, and 5.
So moved.
Second.
Second, moved by Ansaldo Sanchez, second by Councilmember Bañuelos, and all the support say aye.
Aye.
Noes, abstentions, none, and they're passed. Now we are in the public hearings. We have 2 public hearings, and we did a change. So we're gonna start with public hearing number 2, resolution number 6248, a resolution of the city council of the city of Soledad approving a new franchise agreement between the cities of Gonzales, Soledad, and Greenfield, and Tri-Cities Disposal and Recycling Service, Inc. from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2035 in substantial form and content, and authorizing the city manager to execute said agreement on behalf of the city of Soledad and approving the year 25-26 garbage collection and disposal rates. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Patrick Matthews. I'm the General Manager, Chief Administrative Officer for Salinas Valley Recycles, also known as Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. And I'll get into sort of the differences between the different entities involved in this, but I'm pleased to be here tonight to present you with proposed new franchise agreement for your refuse, recycling, and organics collection services by your existing incumbent Tri-Cities Disposal. Also have with us Tom Parola and Mary Treeleben, both from Tri-Cities Disposal, and your administrator for this contract with our agency, Elia Zabala. So we're all here to answer any questions you might have on this. Next slide, please. So just a little overview for all of you that may not be familiar with your collection system. This is a utility service, just like garbage, or just like water, sewer, gas, and all the different services you get at home. It's an essential part of living. And so it really is made up of several components. So the first is City of Soledad. Of course, you are the franchisor. You are the issuer of this contract, as you heard in the opening. This is a contract that's done with your other 2 sister cities, both the City of Gonzales and the City of Greenfield. All 3 of you are entering into this agreement collectively. City of Gonzales has already heard this agreement and approved it 2 days ago. And then we will be taking this item in front of the Greenfield City Council on Tuesday of next week as well. And if we were to get approvals on all 3 cities, then the contract would go into effect July 1 of 2025. So this is an exclusive franchise agreement, meaning your hauler has exclusive rights to provide this service, and is the only has the only right to provide this service within the city. Tri-Cities Disposal, again, services the 3 Valley cities, as well as a sister related company they have that also provides collection services for the city of Monterey. They provide the collection of solid waste, the collection of mixed recycling, the collection of organics, and they also do the processing of your curbside recycling out at Ryan Ranch. They have a materials recovery facility where they sort your recycling into marketable commodities, paper, plastics, metals, etc. They also provide education on the collection system. Mary is their primary coordinator for all the education work with all 3 of the cities on behalf of Tri-Cities. Salinas Valley, we are your contract administrator. We receive a small fee through the franchise agreement to cover our administrative costs. That's primarily Elia, but also myself, as well as assistance with our legal counsel when we're drafting things like this agreement. They provide support services. We also own and operate the disposal facilities for your waste, the Johnson Canyon landfill outside of Gonzales. We also run diversion programs. We manage and create compost from all your organic materials at our facility, and we also process and sort construction debris to meet many of the state requirements, which we'll get into in a minute. Our other primary roles are around regulatory compliance, both assisting our city and member agencies, as well as compliance at our own facilities. And we are the regional reporting entity for all 5 of our Salinas Valley cities. So we provide a consolidated report for everybody to the state on all the different aspects of compliance, like how much you're recycling each year. Are you complying with the organics recovery rules and regulations? Next slide, please.
Oh, he's not here. Darling. Next slide.
Next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not working. Well, I'll wing it for, oh, there we go. Good. So I want to give you a little background on this whole process. Back in the early 2020s, we began having conversations with all the city managers, as well as the county, because at that time, all of the cities and the county of Monterey all had agreements, collection agreements that expired on the exact same date, which is June 30th, 2025. And so we felt this was a great opportunity for a collective discussion around a collective agreement with economies of scale for all of the entities in the valley. Needless to say, as that process moved on, City of Salinas decided to do something independent and just renew their contract with their existing hauler, and as did the County of Monterey. And so that left the 4 South Valley cities who continued to want to collectively look at collection services. We sought a consultant to run the RFP process. We did not get any takers at the time we issued that RFP. We're not a lot of consultants that are really doing that work in California right now, and the few that are just weren't interested because they didn't have the bandwidth to add another project. So the city managers asked if the authority would run the process ourselves. We've had some experience doing that, myself in particular. And so we agreed to run the RFP process ourselves. We developed a variation of the agreement. It really is the agreement you're seeing today is an offshoot of the existing agreement you have right now. We felt this was the best of all the agreements we had in the Valley. And so our legal attorney worked with our staff, and we modified that agreement to bring it up to speed with current regulations and requirements for collection systems. And so we issued the RFP. Unfortunately, when the results came back in 2023, they were substantially higher than we had hoped. We had rates that were in the range of 33% or greater above your current rates. We knew the rates would probably be a bit higher because there's been a lot of changes since the last time these agreements were issued and negotiated. A lot of regulatory changes, some changes specifically affecting the industry around health, safety, insurance, and the cost of steel. Unfortunately, also drove their costs up higher than some other industries you would see. And so as a result, the cities came back, they decided to reject all of those contracts and instead direct staff and the authority to go back and negotiate extensions with your existing hauler, providing basically the same services. I'll go over a few of the changes, but in essence, you're getting almost exactly the same level of service, the same types of services that you were getting in the prior agreements. And so we've been in negotiations since last year, and the culmination is a draft agreement for your consideration tonight. Next slide, please. So it's a few of the continuing services, SB 1383. That's the sort of the tantamount new Bible in the solid waste industry, with the state requiring us to begin to manage organic material even more aggressively than we're already doing it, to recover more material out of the waste stream, and to mandate certain collection activities, specifically around commercial businesses, because we already have this going on in homes. So businesses are required to participate now by law, and some other additional rules that were adopted to support that. We also have used battery collection curbside. You'll be able to put your batteries out along with your recycling. Continuation of the bulky goods collection program, though it's a slight change from the current one, which was really overkill. I don't think any of us are throwing away 50 large items every year. The existing contract is five items, 10 times a year. You can call up and get that service is included as part of your collection service you're paying for. There is one minor edit in the contract, but when we get to the resolution, I'll talk real briefly about some minor edits that may have to happen on the contract prior to execution. Finally, commercial businesses will continue to get something that really no one else in this county is even getting, and that is unlimited recycling collection. A commercial business, if they're diligent or they're generating a lot of recyclable materials, they can have unlimited amount of recycling collection at no additional cost. Everybody else in Monterey County businesses have to pay for recycling service above certain levels. In some cases, they have to pay for any recycling service. So we feel like this contract is really conducive to meeting a lot of those goals, and it shows in your performance of your hauler, very high diversion levels. And then finally, you've been getting street sweeping for a while. That will continue in this agreement. The hauler does sweep every week after collections as part of this agreement. Next slide, please. Now for the bad news, I won't call it bad, but it's expected. There is a rate adjustment. It is substantial. It's around 13%. Again, I'll go through very quickly. There's a number of factors we have on the slide. Labor markets, we've had some events in the labor markets that have driven up costs for this specific industry in Monterey County. And that's because some of the franchises, not really so much down here, but farther north of you, have been losing drivers to the Bay Area because they pay substantially higher. So there's been a series of contracts with other unions, other haulers that have gone through the negotiations, had to increase their labor costs substantially, both as a result of inflation, but also just the competitive driving issues that they've been dealing with retention of drivers. That's now come into all of the hauling in Monterey County. All of the haulers have experienced some substantial increases in labor over your normal cost of living. There's new regulations on emissions and performance for drivers and trucks. The value of recycling material has gone down, particularly with some of the political tensions in Asia, China, that has driven down some of the pricing. So recycling is not as, the cost or the benefit of recycling is not as offsetting for the operation as it used to be. CPIs, this agreement does include a CPI component just for the new coming year. And of course, insurance costs. We've seen a lot of increases in insurance in both our industry, the end of life side of the industry and landfills and processing, but it's also extended out to the collection service industry as well. Next slide, please. And this is just a sample of a few of the rates. This is not the complete list. You'll see that in the contract. There are, 50, 60 different units. But on average, the rate increases around 13% within the agreement to all the rates. And the last slide, please. And then finally, what you have today, again, is an agreement that would become effective if approved on July 1st. It is a 10-year agreement. That's pretty standard for garbage contracts because during the early years of this contract, there'll be new equipment bought. Garbage trucks are extremely expensive, several $100,000 each. Those things will be replacing the old fleet that is aging out from the last 10 years. And then there'll be 2 additional 5-year extension options. Those 2 5-year options will be at the sole discretion of the council. You can choose to extend it if you're happy with the service and the rates, or you can, at the end of the 10 years, choose to go a different direction. But those last 2 are at your discretion. So as we said in the resolution, there is a condition in there that says that you're approving this agreement in substance. We do know, because there's 3 cities and there's a little bit of feedback coming in at the last minute, There may be a few things, minor issues that will get changed. The resolution does authorize the city manager and the city attorney to make non-substantial changes. One of them that we noted tonight is on the bulky goods. Within the contract, it says to see the rates for bulky goods collection in the fee attachment, Appendix B. There are no fees, so it's free. So that's a minor change, doesn't affect the agreement. That service continues to be free as part of the service you provide, but we want to just make sure the agreement's clean and is not referencing a fee that's not in the fee schedule, and that's for bulky goods. So that's just a sample of some minor cleanup that may happen prior to final execution. So with that, I will stop and open it up for comments from myself or any of the team that's here.
Okay, so now I'm gonna open the public hearing. And we're gonna start with
You wanted, you could ask any question.
first.
Did you want, yeah, you can ask questions first.
Sorry, that was my fault.
It's already open.
Confusing.
Mm,
You can have council questions first.
Okay, so we're gonna start with yeah, so let me open it and see if there's any, yes, we're gonna keep it open and we're gonna open it to the public to see if anybody, we're gonna start with online. Do we have anybody online that wants to ask any questions? No comments or questions online. We're gonna do it in chambers. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to ask any questions? And no.
Written comments?
Written comments, do we have anybody? No written comments. So should we start with close it? So we're gonna close the public hearing and we're gonna continue with questions and comments from the council, and we're gonna start with the, okay, we're gonna start with Councilmember Caldera, if he's ready to make any questions.
I guess it's unavoidable, the increase, the 13% that we're gonna be increasing our fees, but I mean, that's the only thing that I have, kind of concerning for the community.
Yeah.
As it is, I think they're getting pretty good hit, and I'm saying that because I've gotten calls because they see their water bill and sometimes it's pretty high because they have to pay for water, wastewater, and now our fees are going up on with this Tri-Cities. But I mean, I guess it's just a comment, that I heard from my constituents.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, I'm sure it isn't, but the agreement with King City that we negotiated with another hauler is about the same. And we've been seeing this in newer agreements in the last 4 or 5 years post-COVID, and with the recession included, we're seeing these types of rate increases with new contracts. So it's a one-time, I know it's hard to take. It's a one-time hit though. And then after this, it'll go back to a normal regular cost of living adjustment. And we do have a better index now that wasn't available before, and it's one that's specific to the solid waste and recycling collection industry, which we did not have before. So it's not a general one. So this should mean that the contract will keep up with their actual costs that are being driven by the industry itself, as opposed to broader economic issues.
So when you said your normal cost of living increase, does that mean, is that after the 10-year?
No, these contracts accelerate every year.
Every year, okay.
There's yeah, it's just like your labor agreements and other things.
So
They all have
13
a cost.
initially, I'm sorry, 13 initially, and then the cost of living increase,
Right.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and Councilmember Asaldo Francis.
Yeah, I have a few items. For clarification, when we talk about organics, we're only talking about yard waste. It's still not able to throw in like food scraps, correct?
No, food scraps actually has been added to the system.
Okay, that's what I
a few
thought, but I
years ago.
was, okay, for sure. Because the yard waste, I was like, oh, well, in the presentation, it said yard waste in parentheses, so I got confused.
Yeah, that way it does include food waste. Yeah, we do encourage residents to throw their food waste in with their yard waste, not in bags, but just loose.
Mhm.
And then we're also co-collecting residential or commercial food waste from restaurants, grocery stores. That's being collected at the same time as the residential green waste is being collected. So it's all commingled now.
That's great. And then I had another point of clarification on a couple slides back, when talking about the bulky items. I think as you were presenting, you mentioned up to 5 bulky items 10 times per year, but the slide says 4 times per year.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have clarified that. Currently, it's 5 items 10 times a year. That's 50
Got
bulky
it.
items.
And-
No one, so this is really just kind of, this is still far more than everybody else gets. Most of the cities are getting 3 items,
Mhm.
period, the whole year. This is still 20 items, so you can get rid of all your appliances and your furniture in your house. Every year if you want, for no cost. But no, yeah, this is just readjusting that to something that's realistic. That was a very generous offer, but it's no one's throwing away 50 items.
Sounds good. I'm glad to hear because I hope the public hears too, because on my street, there's a couch that's been outside someone's house on the curb for a couple days.
I know
So
that's the whole purpose. We really want people to call. The only difference is they have to call and make
Right.
and schedule an appointment. 'Cause
Mhm.
it's a special truck with a grapple or a Tommy lift in the back to get it onto the truck. It's not picked up with your normal garbage collection, so they have to call for a special appointment.
perfect. And then I also was wondering if either you all or Tri-Cities would be able to assist with outreach for residents to know of these increases and the reasons why, like through digital media even, so that they know why the costs are going up and any resources for those with income limits.
Well,
Yeah, if you could.
just say what you're doing, right, on the noticing.
Right. So, hi, I'm Mallory Treeland with Tri-Cities Disposal and Recycling. So if you wish, we do have a spreadsheet or a graph and some information about what the rates were and what they are now and what the difference in, as Patrick had before, the most standard types of services, not all of them, because it would be pages and pages. And we can provide that to your city staff if you would like to put that into a utility insert. Or you would like to post that on your social media. I'd be happy to work with staff to get that. We've already done that for one of our cities. They had the same concern of giving people notice about these changes in the rates. So city staff, please reach out to me and I'll be happy to provide that. I think you probably will have a utility billing coming up pretty soon, right? So I can get it done this week for you if you'd like. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I have other questions that might have to do with you.
To do with outreach?
Well, not with outreach, but with you all. I was also curious about the education that's done, and how often and what those mediums are.
Thank you for asking. And Councilmember Sanchez, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have not met you before. I would actually, you or any council member that would like to have a chat with me on the phone and talk about the outreach and education programs that we provide. I like to say we're out singing and dancing all the time and have been for 15 years. And we do quite a bit of outreach. We actually are now required by the state to track all of that outreach, and it is logged in a tracking system, which your city staff also has a login to. So that can be checked into as to when we're going to apartment complexes to do door hangers, when we're doing lid flips, we're looking at people's trash and recycling and seeing how they're doing. We go to many community events like your Meals on Wheels lunches. We meet with seniors. We go to public events and we table there. We go to schools when we can. It's a little challenging to get into schools because they've got a lot going on. But we do things with after-school programs. We are always begging to be invited. So myself and my colleagues with Salinas Valley Recycles, part of what we do for you in this contract is we do constant and continuous outreach and education. So I'd love to email you and any other council member service guides, information about what we're doing, information about the state laws that we are enforcing on behalf of you. Please reach out to me and ask as many questions as you want, for sure.
And then I do have a final question.
Go right.
In regards to street sweeping, is that for you, question for you?
I bet that's going to be a question for Tom
Oh,
Perroll,
perfect.
our general manager.
Sounds good.
Tom Perroll, General Manager, Tri-Cities Disposal.
Hi, yeah, so in regards to street sweeping, I was just curious if there was the ability to have like a schedule or something, because I've seen street sweeping happen throughout many hours of the day, and I think for the public, it makes it a little bit difficult for us to plan how to move our cars out of the way. I know it is a large task to ask, but
I
yeah.
understand what you're saying, and this
Yeah.
actually was the first time it's
Tom,
been
do
asked.
you mind to speak into the microphone
I'm
for,
sorry.
because we're also videoing the,
I'm sorry. This has come up before in the city of Greenfield, and it's a really difficult thing for us to do because we only have so much time for that sweeper to get in front of everybody's houses. And we've done reverse ordering it, starting the routes in different areas so that we can get a situation more commonly when a car won't be there. So let's just say there's going to be cars on the street at 8 a.m. The next week, we might do that at 10 a.m. You know what I mean? We just try to shuffle the times around. Actually sticking to a solid schedule would be more difficult because of the fact that, you know, we have to get that truck out there. We only have so many hours to get that route done. And it's going to somehow we're going to impede with somebody's parking situation. The city of Greenfield, we were looking at, you know, the one thing, some cities, they actually will have no parking on a certain side of the street on a certain day. It's going to be tough to do. I mean, we know what the parking's like on the city streets. They're all kind of taken at night and things like that. We've also discussed, right now we're sweeping your streets weekly, is to switch it up where we sweep one side 1 week and the following week we switch the other side, which will allow us to have more time to spend driving basically around in circles trying to find open areas. I believe state law requires residential streets to be swept like once every 2 months. So you're already at like, and don't quote me on that, I'm pretty sure that was the rule. This was like 15 years ago when I heard this. You know, you're basically getting swept weekly. So if you would do every other week, you're still way ahead of that. But I'm open to any ideas. But I do understand your situation, and it was really difficult for Greenfield, and we still haven't come up with a solution that has fixed it. And it's the same thing. We do street sweeping in Monterey as well. It's the same situation there.
Yeah, because my dad and I are always trying to race to figure out, but like I've seen them as early as 5 a.m. and then as late as 11 a.m. So it makes it difficult for folks to move. Yeah.
And that was kind of honestly what I was telling you is that was
Mhm.
kind of what I was hoping. What you said was that he's doing what I asked him to do, is doing it at different times.
Mhm.
And I know what you're saying is that, you know, I would like to be able to time it so I could get my car moved, but there are certain cars that'll never get moved, right?
Mhm.
Because the people aren't as diligent as you are about moving your vehicle, so the street sweeper can go there. Does that
If-
make sense?
Yeah, if it moved to then every other week, would it be easier than to have more of a set time frame?
I mean, we could have a set time frame at any point in time. In
Mhm.
fact, that's what we had before we realized what was going on in the city of Greenfield, and they asked us to unset the time frame to get it so the vehicle was going down different streets at different times because cars were leaving at different times. We could do that, but I would suggest if we're going to do that, we might try to look at some other, you know, form of coordination where maybe we say, hey, you know, we're going to Monterey Street odd on the second Tuesday or whatever we can make it even a calendar, a perpetual calendar, so that people know that we're going to sweep that side on a particular day. And then we could go to a standard time and we could put a time estimates in. My concern is the majority of people aren't going to move their cars, except for maybe you and your dad and some of the other people are sitting here nodding their heads.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we might hit more folks, and I mean, I'm open to working, but if I want to come to like an agreement or a solution, but I don't want to like keep mentioning things and then hearing how it might not work. So I don't know how to work.
I think what I would suggest is you can give the direction to me to look into working with Tri-Cities to see what alternatives we might have for notifying the public about street sweeping. And I can talk to my colleagues in the two other cities that also have because we have the same issues really. So it probably would make it easier for Tri-Cities if we come up with a solution. Sounds like you're already talking to Paul Wood, my colleague there in Greenfield. And
Yeah, it was Public Works Director, but yeah, it was
or
Jamie.
Jamie too.
Yeah, but to be honest, we haven't come up with a solution. So I want to be clear about that. But I'm more than willing to change it to make it work better, because I honestly think the way we're doing it now is contractually how we were told to do it. But it's if the city most of the stuff in the contract says at the direction of the city manager. So that could be modified based on your recommendations.
Yeah, so I think what we can move forward, because I think the main thing is we're getting street sweeping a good amount weekly, which is better than other jurisdictions. And I think we can work and see if there's some options or even pilot test, some before we, my recommendation would be not to do a big broad change, but maybe to do a little pilot testing to see if it even works. Cause
open to all.
going one way and then going another, you might think, oh, this is going to work. And then you do it citywide and then it doesn't work. So.
And go ahead.
And in that, I will also like to include the educational part with so that we can kind of coordinate things with them and educate our residents. And just a suggestion as part of that is that this is something that my brother used to do before he passed. So he will never move his car. So what he will do in the morning when the day of sweeping was, he will sweep the whatever it was there in the car to the middle of the street, and that way you will get it. And he will do that every time. And it might be something rustic and something that not everybody wants to do, but maybe give it a try and see if that works for you, and maybe ask the public to come up with ideas so that we can have many minds working on this.
One more addition is what we were finding in the city of Greenfield when we were examining this is there's a lot of low trees that prevent the sweeper from getting close enough to the curb. So again, the sweeper complaints from Soledad I don't remember the last time I had one other than just now. If we want to call that a complaint or a concern. But that is one thing that another thing that comes up, and I'm not saying that there's a problem in Soledad with that. I'm just saying that another thing that we have to they always tell us to point out the trees, and then I have to call the public works director and say, there's 45 trees that we need trimmed, and I don't feel like I feel really bad about doing something like that.
Okay, thanks. Anything else?
Just a quick comment to your comment. We shouldn't be leaving cars because that's like abandonment of cars. We can't leave it for 72 hours or more, just so the public knows.
That is something for Lombardi to
comment. He's gone now, but
thank you so much.
And then I just wanted to say nice to see you again, Patrick.
Thanks. So now we continue with Councilmember
Pañuelos. Patrick, thank you so much for the slide, the detail, and Maury and Tom for what you guys do for it. Being part of the board, at Salinas Valley, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from what they do. And, and also education is very important. And also sweeping is very important. And of course, the increase, yes, it's a little concerning, is 13%. Just my question, so that way it's clarity and it's, for the public. Are we in South County, is there like are we the lowest increase, or is it like is there a match to what we have here compared to, the bigger cities?
You have, generally speaking, you have the lowest rates in the valley.
The lowest rates. Okay.
Tom's been very fair with his pricing structure, even though it's 13%. You still, all the cities have gone through the county and the cities all have gone through recent negotiations, new contracts. On the commercial side in particular, you have some of the lowest rates, except for maybe King City. Their commercial's a little lower than yours, but their residential is substantially higher than everybody else's too. So you're right, you've got a good blend of rates here. I think are probably more equitable, fair than I've seen in the other jurisdictions here.
Okay, so compared to Gonzalez, Greenfield, King City, we're the lowest?
No, you're
Or
right.
what was that
Same.
again? Okay, we're the same, okay.
Except for King City.
Okay,
Yeah.
except for King City,
King City's
okay,
separate contract.
Just separate.
And
okay,
probably my rates are probably better than King City too, if you add in the recycling services.
Yes.
okay.
Absolutely.
And you know what, I too also use little containers because we do cook a lot. There's a lot of waste, and I learned that from, you know, being part of the board, and I appreciate it. So, you know, I think importance is just being transparent with the public. I mean, I'm going to say this because I know a lot of people are talking about it, you know, even my friends and you know, our residents. We have to do it. You know, we have to plan on the long term. You know, we have to educate ourselves because, you know, being important, you know, with you guys to contract with us, you know, we have to have a clean street. We have to have, you know, great resources. And not only that too, it's more the importance of what you guys do here, you know, because you guys do so much behind the scenes. And of course, you know, thank you, Maury, for doing and collaborating with us, doing the recycling cleanups, you know, and it's just great because I've testified and I witnessed it, and it's a great opportunity for us to learn and to educate ourselves. And, you know, I am gonna have you guys come to our events so that we have the community know like what's going on, you know, what's the process. So thank you.
Okay, and in my case, I only have a couple of comments. We talk about the percentage, and I don't remember exactly when it was that you guys came and give us a similar presentation. That was the first time that I was here. So when somebody says 12% or 13% increase, my mind immediately goes to, oh my God, I pay 164 multiplied by this is this, so you are increasing me this, but it's not the whole bill. And I want the residents to understand that when you see the bill, you see water, sewage, garbage, and you start with garbage collection, landfill, sanitary, and those are the main three things that you guys are doing. So in my case, in my bill, it will be about 20, 30, like $40, an increase in $40. So it's not an increase in the whole bill. It's an increase on the items that you guys collect. Yeah, so that just to make it clear so that people understand that it's not, you're not gonna get an increase in the whole bill, only in the items that they collect and that they process. That's my comment. And the other one is what I said. With research, I think that instead of seeing those spreadsheets with all the tables and how it is the price, what the price is right now, and what is the increment and everything, I think it will be a good idea to put those items that you guys collect, like the garbage collection, the landfill, and the sanitary, and then add just an example of how much you're paying now, how much you're gonna pay from now, starting in July. That's just the comments.
So, your suggestion was contrary to what we got from Gonzalez, where they wanted just the final amount. I'm just concerned about, we can do it both ways. So I believe our two line items would be landfill and collection.
Well, the reason why I'm
Inventory is-
suggesting that is so that people see the itemized bill, because most of us think in terms of how much I'm paying for that, and I'm pretty sure that some people do it like I do. When I refer to the bill, is either water or garbage. You gotta pay the water, you gotta pay the garbage, and it's in the same bill.
So
that's why when
so would you suggest maybe like a scan or like
yes,
of what your bill looks like, and say this item will
this item, this is our
increase
items, and
to like
is what
this
you-
amount? And so yeah, if we could probably work with maybe getting a scan of that. of a bill, because we don't actually see your actual bill, because you guys actually bill the customer, right?
Mhm.
If we had that, then we could say, okay, we could circle that 2 items that we do, and then what the increases would be.
Mhm. Perfect.
Does that sound, I don't, how many different service, or would you just need it maybe just under one general service, like the most common service in the city of Soledad and all
Well,
3 cities?
in my bill, we have the total amount, and then we have itemized
Mhm.
whatever is, and what I can see in mine, it says garbage collection, landfill, and sanitary. Those are the 3 items.
Yeah.
that-
I think sanitary sewer, right? So
Well,
we,
sewers, so then it's only
the 2
2
items.
items,
Yeah.
garbage collection and landfill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's even,
We will work
Less.
with your city staff to get it the way that you all want it, through the office of the city manager. We will work with your staff to provide the information. And then you can put it any way that, makes sense
Okay.
to you all in your insert, if that's how you choose to address it.
Okay.
That's up to you and your city staff, how you want to address it, but we will provide whatever information you need in whatever format you desire.
Yeah, and I think it's something that utility staff will work with you on, because there is a lot of confusion, and it's not really related to you. It's related to the fact that we're doing billing for you, and it includes also our utility costs. So a lot of times people complain about, why are you charging us so much? Because they see that the net result of the bill, and they don't understand that
Pieces.
the city doesn't actually do the garbage collection service. We contract it out. So there's a lot of, I think, lack of understanding about the utility bill. So I think there's an education that we can work with you all on
Yeah,
to
I do
better
have a
educate.
concern that listing collection and then landfill disposal, I don't know if people will get a little confused by breaking out your garbage service to those 2 line items and what the costs are for each.
It's reflected in our current bill structure. So, but we'll work with you. I think we can talk about that offline, but I know what you're saying, because I know that Jesus Yanes, who's who oversees the utility counter, knows what you're saying, because they get those complaints all the time. So we'll work with you on
Just let
resolving
us
that.
know what information you
Yeah.
want. We'll be happy to provide it.
okay. Thank you so much for your presentation on the information. And with this, I would like to entertain a motion on resolution number 6248, resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving the new franchise agreement between the cities of Gonzales, Soledad, and Greenfield. Do I have to read that?
You don't have to read it.
Okay. Entertaining the motion.
I move to approve resolution number 6248.
We have a motion by Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez,
So moved.
second by
Second.
Councilmember Manuelos. All in support, say aye.
I
And opposing, no. Abstentions, no. And the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, we are going back to public hearing number 1, which is consideration of public hearing regarding vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. And we have her doing that presentation.
Francine.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera and council members. Francine Oy, Human Resources Manager. I'm here to present this evening's second public notice, a public hearing regarding the city's staffing vacancies and recruitment and retention report in accordance with Government Code Section 3502.3, also known as AB 2561. AB 2561 was passed to address staffing vacancies in local governments that may affect public service delivery. It mandates a public hearing before each fiscal year's budget adoption, where we present vacancy data and efforts on recruitment and retention. This law became effective on January 1, 2025, making this the first year of implementation. The law requires that we identify any obstacles in our hiring practices and shall allow union organizations to make presentations and, If a bargaining unit has a vacancy rate of 20% or more, the union may request additional recruitment data. The city currently has 85.8 full-time equivalent authorized positions. This is also known as FTEs, and approximately 40 part-time seasonal and temporary staff. Of the 85.8 positions, 67 are represented by 3 labor groups: the Soledad Police Officers Association, also known as the SPOA, and the Service Employees International Union Local 521, also known as SEIU, Mid-Management Unit, and the SEIU General Unit. Departmental allocations include 27 in police, 38 in public works, and the remainder spread across admin, IT, finance, and other departments. We currently have 8 full-time vacancies, of which 4 are police officers, 1 management analyst, 1 community engagement manager, 1 IT director, and 1 water reclamation shift supervisor. Only 1 vacancy is within the SEIU mid-management unit, which has a 2% vacancy rate. However, the SPOA represents 17 sworn positions, and with 4 vacancy, their vacancy rate is at 23.5%. This meets the 20% threshold for enhanced reporting under AB 2561. So additional details are included specifically for the SPOA. When Human Resources is notified of an upcoming vacancy, the recruitment process begins. Our recruitment process includes reviewing the job descriptions, opening the application period, screening the applicants, conducting and finalizing panel interviews, establishing an eligibility list, and lastly, extending conditional job offers. Live scan fingerprinting, a comprehensive background check, a comprehensive pre-employment medical evaluation, and a psychological exam are conducted before the final hiring. For police officer positions, it typically takes 45 days from posting to hiring. However, if a candidate is new to law enforcement, they must complete a police academy, which typically takes 5 to 6 months. In some cases, there's also a waiting period for the next available academy session. While waiting for the academy to begin, police officer cadets are employed as non-sworn employees. In the past year, we've received 20 police officer applications. Of those, 3 were hired, 7 did not move forward in the process, and 10 did not meet the minimum qualifications. To aid in our recruitment efforts, we have established a police recruit program to sponsor academy enrollment. We have targeted local applicants to increase retention. We have conducted outreach at several police academies such as MPC, South Bay Regional, Allen Hancock, and College of the Sequoias. We've also built partnerships with allied agencies for candidate referrals. Furthermore, housing challenges have significantly impacted recruitment efforts, especially for the Soledad Police Department. Housing has been identified as a barrier to recruitment. However, as you may recall, the city recently purchased a 1-bedroom apartment for workforce housing. And at the April 16th meeting, the council approved the tiered system, which prioritized the rental eligibility for newly hired first responders and emergency personnel. Having this opportunity further enhances our recruitment efforts. And one of the most pressing challenges in the police department is managing overtime. It is driven by vacancies, activities, special events, various leave types, mandated training, and jail transports, which could take 4 to 6 hours. We are responding by bolstering our recruitment efforts by involving more volunteers, police reserve officers in special events, reviewing special event approvals more closely, considering a reduction in non-essential special enforcement activities, and providing public education on non-emergency matters. Going forward, we will continue to refine our recruitment and retention strategies, monitor vacancy levels, and make any policy adjustments as necessary. We will also continue engaging with our employees and the broader community. And at this time, the council should open the public hearing to allow presentations by union representatives and any public comment, then close the public hearing, and there's no council action for this item.
Mhm.
And so I don't think we have anybody here from the union, nor do we have anybody online.
So let's open the public hearing so that we can see if there's anybody online over there. No online, nobody here in the public, so let's close the public session and let me see if any of the council members have questions or comments, and we're gonna start now with Councilmember Bañuelos.
Brent, thank you for the detail of, you mentioned how many vacancies, you said total of 8, and 4 of them for
Mhm.
police
4
officers.
police officers,
Okay.
1 water reclamation shift supervisor, which is represented by SEIU. And then the 3 others, the management analyst is in the unrepresented, and so is the community engagement manager. And then we have 1 executive management position, which is the IT director.
Okay, and I'm sure we posted these vacancies, correct? And no candidates yet?
So
Right.
for the management analyst, community engagement manager, and IT director, those are still being reviewed. We're taking an assessment first before we go out and open a recruitment. We're just taking a look at what the needs are before we open a recruitment.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Just a comment. I think with going through the information we're receiving about our police department kind of ties into my comments on C4 because we are trying to reduce the amount of overtime. So that's kind of connected to my comments there, and I guess kind of continuing here. It's all sort of whipped in together. But I'm hoping that we can get these positions filled. And it's nice to hear that you're partnering with NPC.
Yes.
Okay, is that it? Let's
Mhm.
continue with Councilmember Caldera.
I'm actually in agreement with increasing or filling those voids of the vacancies there. I believe most of the overtime is because of that. And by having the additional personnel there, we're gonna decrease that overtime for sure.
Okay, and I was trying to get into the website to see if if there's any openness, but you said that there's some that are still in review.
Yes, so what you'll see online is the police officer,
Mm-hmm.
and you may see the water reclamation, but the other 3 are not posted.
So, okay. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty good. Did we have any I don't know if I think I hear you saying that we had a couple of candidates for police officers that were not hired or they were in the process.
Yes, so in the last year, we've received 20 applications for police officer,
Mhm.
and of those, we've hired 3 from that group. 7 did not move forward in the process, and 10 did not meet the minimum qualifications. So sometimes we have applicants that apply for police officer, but really they have not been to the academy yet, so they really belong with the police officer recruitment and not this one. So,
Okay,
but
so-
they're just, when they apply for the higher level position.
Okay, so that's what I was going. So we don't pay for their
For them to go to the
Academy?
academy? Yes, we do.
Okay.
So for police officer recruits, they are paid an hourly rate.
Mhm.
And we also pay for the academy. So if the city of Soledad or Soledad Police Department, we are sponsoring
Yeah.
the cadet, then it's paid for by the city.
Okay, but in that case, it's cadet. It's not
Cadet,
police
yes.
officer.
Yes,
Okay.
in this case, this is police officer laterals
Mhm.
coming from another agency or academy graduate.
Okay, thank you. And
And
just
through the chair, I will note that we recently hired our 3rd female officer.
Yes.
This roughly, I think,
Uh-huh.
a month ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
nice.
We are hiring.
You are hiring.
Yeah. So now, there's no action in this item,
Just
just
accept the
Information.
accept the report. And are you guys okay with accepting the report as it is? No, any suggestions? Less then we accept the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As is. No suggestions. All right, so let's move on. Now we have the business items. And I just lost my
The big one, the budget.
budget.
Mhm.
So our next item is, just give me a second. I have to go back to my just business items. Number one is resolution 6245 slash SA dash 2025-01, a joint resolution of the city council of the city of Soledad and the successor and agency of the Soledad Redevelopment Agency approving the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget, Exhibit A, and approving on and or directing implementation of other budget related actions. And we're gonna start with Mike with the presentation. Yes. go
Yes, why did my screen sharing just go? No.
Phones hurt. Yes, fun is getting paid.
Like it's perfect right now.
I'm drinking too much.
Is that right? Yeah. Good of her.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you ready? Yeah.
Sure. Let's start the screen sharing.
Mm-hmm.
And nice picture.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the air conditioning.
That is.
Okay,
There we go.
all right, thank you.
Okay, we won't touch anything. Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp and council members. We had a pretty robust discussion about the budget last week. And thank you for your attendance and your questions. That helped us to move forward. Hopefully we were able to answer a lot of your questions. So I'm not going to go through the entire presentation again. I don't think you want to see the full hour presentation, but I'm going to hit the highlights just so that we are at a regularly scheduled council meeting. And so I want to hit the highlights of the budget and go through what we're asking for approval tonight. So as we started, just as a kind of a budget overview, there's a lot that continues to happen inside Soledad. This year we have a $60 million budget that includes all funds. The largest single cost of this budget for this year is the water reclamation, or the recycled water, or what we call the Purple Pipe Project, which was a $16 million grant, and we have about 13 million programmed into this fiscal year. The budget aligns with the 2024 budget survey, as well as the draft strategic council goals that we've been working on and that you all have been working on. Kind of as an overview, there is still a lot of economic uncertainty that is within our economy. We have only modest increases in property taxes, with unfortunately slowing sales tax and development. There's budget pressures as costs continue to rise faster than our revenues are rising. There's increases in staffing and capital costs for the general fund and the city as a whole. The capital needs for Soledad are significant, specifically for the general fund. Assets that we're talking about when we talk about the general fund assets, our city hall, the police station, the Gateway Center,
community center, portions of the courtyard, our parks, those are all funded by the general fund. The CAL FIRE contract for fire protection services is another thing that we need to be looking towards as we move to 3.0 staffing, which is the industry standard. We are currently at 2.0 staffing, and those costs are going to increase faster than we have current revenues to deal with. We've had a lot of growth in the city and a lot of new things. I'm not going to go through all of these, but you can see that the first three have completed. We have DeVita that's near completion, and then other items, as Beatrice had mentioned earlier, we have several things that are in the pipeline for development within the city. Now let's talk about just some overall risks and some opportunities within our budget. The expiration of Measure Y is probably the single largest risk that we have facing us right now. That expires in 2032. That's not that far away, but we need to be planning for it. Measure Y currently represents 16% of the general fund. We have decreasing population in the prisons. The state has already said that they're going to potentially close one of the prisons. We saw the CTF population reduce in the first year that the governor announced that. We did not see the population reduce the next year. Thank goodness, because for our purposes, our VLF and our gas tax is on the entire population, which includes those two prisons. So when they reduce those prisons, our revenues are going to go down. The CAL FIRE contract, as we've already talked about, staff costs and construction costs are just way outpacing our revenue growth. On the positive side, we have potential for new retail growth and development within the Soledad marketplace and the downtown. We have some affordable housing projects or opportunities that are hopefully here in the near future. We have vacant industrial land for potential development as we continue to market that. And then, of course, we have the development of Miramonte. So building for the future. The council has done a really good job over the last several years in building up on some reserves and being prepared for some of the future. The first, probably the single largest thing that we've done is we've created a general capital improvement fund, which currently houses about just a little bit more than $7 million. Those funds were intended when the council a few years back set that up, was so that, you know, if there were grant money that was available to, let's say, replace the city hall and police department, or be able to build a public safety structure, we would have matching funds. The way I like to say it is we would put ourselves in the way of opportunity instead of having opportunity chase us. Okay, so we would be first in line, so to speak. We wouldn't have to go get loans to come up with our share. We've developed a 5-year capital improvement program, and through the work of the public works staff, we can now level out our capital expenditures and forecast when we would have them in future years. We are going to do impact fee studies. Actually, we're underway doing that, but we want to do cost allocation plan or studies to make sure that the services that we're providing to the public, we're being adequately reimbursed for those services. This year, we're at the end of our water and sewer rate study. So within this year's budget includes a new water and sewer rate study. So we will go out with an RFP. We'll get qualified contractors that will help us with that study. That will then come back to the council for review and ultimately adopted for another 5 years. We will also perform a TOT audit. It has been probably 5 years since our last TOT audit. So we want to make sure we have some new hotel operators in town, and we want to make sure that they are aware of what the ordinance is and that we are getting that the remittances are correct of what they pay in. And then the completion of the strategic plan that you all have been working on. Within this budget, there are no new staffing, so there are no new FTEs or full-time equivalents in the organization. However, we have 3 reclassifications, 2 in community development and 1 in public works, that will enable us to move our resources around and be able to accomplish different and perhaps more work. So let's start with the general fund. The general fund is about $15.6 million. So this is one look at the general fund. This is just something I do. You won't see every finance director doing this, but I want to know how much of our general fund is being dedicated to salaries and benefits versus other items. And 71% of our budget goes to salaries and benefits. This is not uncommon. I will say that it's a little bit higher than some of our neighboring jurisdictions, but not by much. And then the services and supplies, that's just all of the utilities and overhead and keeping the lights on. In 2022, the city council amended the established general reserve from 1.5 million to 2 million. So currently, that's what our reserve policy is. And then we've already talked about the establishment of the capital reserve fund. So on to this year. The 2025-26 budget is presented to you this evening as balanced, but it is also balanced by using $510,000 of our current general fund operating reserve. So if everything goes as planned for this fiscal year, and if everything goes as planned for 25-26, our general fund operating reserve should be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.6 million. So the total reserve would be 5 million, but we take away the 2 million required reserve by council, and then the operating reserve is the 3.6. That's what we would use. Let's say we have an emergency that happens that's not budgeted, a capital emergency. The roof collapses. We would use those funds to be able to repair the roof. Okay, so our revenues. This is also another important for us to know exactly where our revenues are coming from. 36% of our revenues come from property tax. Now this, I also want to, as a disclaimer, I want to say that part of that is VLF. So VLF comes with our property tax distribution. So that is there. Our Bradley Burns sales tax, the brown shade there is the slice. That is the point of sale sales tax. Those are the sales tax dollars that somebody actually purchases inside the city of Soledad. Measure Y contributes 16% and measure S contributes 8%. So you see we have a very large amount of funds that come in for sales tax. So just over half of our revenues, well, it's over half of our revenues comes from property tax and sales tax. Franchise fees is another larger slice there. And then we've got 8% coming in other taxes. And so those other taxes would be business licenses and it's mostly business licenses that we have there. This is a different look at how we appropriate all that money. So now this is by department as opposed to overall by the salaries that we saw first. So that $15.6 million, you'll look, that green slice there, that represents the police department. The blue to the left represents fire. So our public safety is 54% of our budget. Again, I just want the council to know that is not uncommon. I've actually seen other budgets for public safety that goes into the 60%. So there are other jurisdictions. Those are the two most expensive departments. And the reason that they eat so much of the general fund is they are 100% funded by the general fund. They can't be allocated out to other departments or to other funds, where the other departments, parts of their salaries get allocated to, let's say, the enterprise funds, because they work in the enterprise funds for a portion of their time. For public safety, it all has to be charged to the general fund. So that's always a challenge for us. So very, very quick, Measure Y was enacted in 2012. It was extended in 2014. We thought that 15 years, oh, geez, that's way far out there. We're not gonna have to look at that in a long time. Well, we're here. We're pretty close. Again, it represents 16%. That 16%, to put it in dollars and cents, is $2.4 million. That's almost the cost of half of the fire department or half of the police department. So that's one way to look at it. If that money was to go away, I'm not saying that's what we would do, but it's the equivalent of losing half of our police department or the bulk of our fire department. Currently, Measure Y is allocated 1.3 million goes to police, just over $1 million to the fire department, and $24,000 to the state of California for collecting the tax for us and sending it to us. Measure S was passed in 2020 and went into effect in 2021. And so the centerpiece was the creation of our own Park and Recs department. Prior to that, we did not have a Park and Recs department. The calculation that we do every year, because at the time that Measure S was passed, the city was already contributing to Parks and Recreation. We were giving money to the YMCA to provide services for us. That number was slightly over $400,000. And so every year, because one of the commitments we made to the public is that we would not replace the city's current contribution level with the sales tax money, but the city would continue to invest or pay into recreation. So in this year's budget, the city, above all other, what we do is we take the cost of the departments charged to Measure S, the sales tax that comes in from Measure S, and the revenue that comes in from the recreation departments, and we come up with what the net is of that. And that is the city from the general fund is contributing $820,000 to recreation still. So our contribution has gone up as our recreation and other departments have increased. Okay. Enterprise funds, real quick. The enterprise funds, these are the standalone business units. These are our utilities. We just had a lengthy discussion about garbage, which is one of our enterprise funds. The water fund, our projected revenues are about $5 million, with $5.2 million in expenditures. Of the total expenditures, 1.6 of that is for capital. So without the capital expenses, we would have a surplus of $1.3 million. The water fund does have one remaining debt service instrument, and we owe just basically $750,000 on that. That will mature in 2033-34. I didn't calculate what the debt ratio was because we are well above the required 1.2. Wastewater. So our current revenues are projected to be just shy of $8.3 million, with expenditures at 11.3. The bulk of those expenditures, it's 2.7 million in expenditures. And you're thinking, how are we doing that? It's because we've built up reserves in the past. We're spending those reserves now to start working on that plant. The single largest expenditure item in this fund is the state revolving loan for the construction of the plant. And it's $1.5 million every single December. And you better bet I don't miss that payment. This loan matures in 2039-40. So many of us won't still be here when this loan is paid off. We won't be in the city. Let's say we will. We won't be working for the city. We still owe $23 million on that note. So and currently with the current budget, our debt coverage is 1.38. So we are well within the covenant that we have on the loan. So this is something that we have to monitor all the time because we have a covenant in that loan that we have to maintain at least 1.2% or 120%. Solid waste is the garbage. We just talked about that. It's 3.5 million comes in, 3.5 million goes out. This fund does not build reserves because we don't own any equipment. As you just heard, Tri-Cities owns all the equipment. The sanitation fund, this is a fee that is charged, and it's $6 per month to a resident. We don't collect that much. It's $350,000. We spend $350,000, and the purpose of this was for graffiti removal, animal control services, litter maintenance, and environmental sanitation services. Then we have several special revenue funds. Special revenue funds are funds where money can only be used for a specific purpose. So for example, streets and transportation, when we receive gas tax money, it can be only used on the maintenance of streets. It can't be used to pay for the fire department, and it can't be used to pay for the police department. It can only be used for those things. And we are audited on all special revenue funds to make sure that we're using only for that specific purpose. Also within the special revenue funds, we have assessment districts. Again, we have an assessment. It's going to come before you to approve some assessments at the next meeting, the assessment rates. And those assessments can only be used within that assessment district. So we can't collect an assessment for Diamond Ridge and pay for expenses in Orchard Lane. Then we have impact fees. These are fees that are paid by developers, and they're paid at the time projects are finalized. And really, impact fees give us some insight into the growth of the city. When we see a lot of impact fee revenue coming in, that means we have a lot of development happening. If we don't see a lot of impact fee money coming in, there's not a lot going on. There's not a lot of building permits happening. The purpose of impact fees is to pay for infrastructure for the increased capacity that's going to be required due to those developments. We still have the successor agency. This is the former RDA. The only thing left in that we are basically in what I'll call an autopilot mode. We've sold all of the assets that belong to the successor agency. The only thing left is 2 debt service instruments. Once those are paid, the successor agency will cease to exist for the city of Soledad. So these funds, this is what's called a private purpose trust, and we're trustees for the state of California. The money that comes into the RDA, former RDA, pays the bonds. Anything that's left over, the county then distributes to the taxing entities, of which we get a mere 17%, and the school districts get about 42%. And then the rest goes to other taxing entities in the county. So future items, these are just some of the pressures that we have to pay attention to. PERS costs are going to continue to increase for all jurisdictions. And the main driver in that is this PERS. The state has a guaranteed rate of return of 7%. So it means that the funds that are sitting at the state, they have arbitrarily decided have to have a guaranteed rate of 7%. When the rate of return from their investments is only 4%, the other 3% is made up by all the jurisdictions in the state of California. what we call now an unfunded liability. So they give us an assessment and they raise our rates so that we make up that difference. Fortunately, for the past 2 years, we have not had an increase in our unfunded liability because the state has actually earned more than 7%. But when that happens, we also don't get a rebate. They get to keep, I think the fund, I think 2 years ago, it got 12%. And you'd think, well, then lower ours because we put in some money, but no, they get to keep it all. So it only goes one way. Measure Y is a significant threat to the financial stability of the city in the future. And we've got to figure out the CAL FIRE staffing and for the CAL FIRE contract, which we're currently working on. We just recently closed the polling. We hired a polling firm to go out and test the public to see what the appetite would be for a parcel tax for fire services. And so they're running they did inform us that they received more than enough responses to have statistically accurate information. So that's a good thing. We had enough people responding to where what they give us, if they say that it's statistically accurate within 2%, plus or minus, we know where we stand. And basically what our campaign is going to be ahead of the current plan is, if all goes well, to put it on the June ballot. If you take away only one thing, I just want you to remember this slide, because I know I've said it. I know I say it's going to expire, but this says it better than I can even say it. This is what's going to happen if Measure Y does not extend. That blue line is our revenue. It's going to plummet, and that expenditure line is going to continue to go up. So for this evening, this is what staff is recommending: that the council accept and approve the 2025-26 fiscal year proposed budget, that you authorize the city manager and the finance director to realign the budget for fiscal year 24-25 to reflect the estimated actual revenues and expenditures for that fiscal year. Per our discussion at the last week, we've changed this item, and that's approving a transfer in the 2024-25 budget of $132,715 from the general fund to a housing trust fund. This represents the proceeds from the sale of the parcels to the Soledad School District. We're asking you to approve the position allocation for 25-26, to approve the salary schedule for the city's classification and compensation plan for the fiscal year 25-26, including the compensation for council, planning commission, and the City of Soledad Transaction and Use Oversight Committee. This is a PERS requirement. PERS requires that every fiscal year we have an approved plan that's been adopted by the council. We're going to ask you to reaffirm the City of Soledad's emergency contingent reserve policy. That's the $2 million. And then establishing and approving Proposition 4 General Fund Appropriations Limitation for the fiscal year 25-26, commonly referred to as the GAN limit. And with that, on behalf of myself and Megan, we want to thank you for your ongoing support as we strive to provide excellent services and ensure that our expenditures align with our revenues. The recommended budget is balanced, but using $510,000 from the general fund operating reserves. We are positioned very well to weather an economic downturn or slowdown. We've talked about the parcel tax that we're exploring to bring in some additional revenues to pay for that increased CAL FIRE contract. We need to continue to look for other sources of revenue for our capital projects by way of grants. And the city council, this one and past, should be commended for having the foresight to build a healthy reserve that puts this city in the way of opportunity. So we are confident that our staff that we have today is well positioned to overcome any of the challenges that are coming our way in the next few years. So with that, we're ready for questions.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the presentation and the confidence that you have and the staff had. And we're gonna start with comments and questions from Councilmember Caldera. Do you have any
Well, actually, no
questions?
comments, no questions. I'm in agreement. I think you're doing a great job, Mike.
Thank you.
And we also have to give a lot of credit to the staff and our former council that was here. They established that to reserve those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll continue with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. Do you have any questions or comments?
Of course I do. It's me.
Sure.
I do have some questions, or asks maybe, I don't know, but I'm just in looking through the budget for the public's sake, when it comes to our city council budget, if I could just kind of go line by line just to make sure I understand. I can share with you too, so that you can see. Just for like membership dues, what does that cover?
So it covers a lot of things that we're required to pay. For example, it includes the Cal League of Cities, which membership is, I think it's up by 12,000 right now. It's pretty high. We have to pay LAFCO. We also have to pay AMBAG. I think TAMSI we pay for. So it's a lot of these very heavy. We're part. I think we pay for the mayor's conference or mayor. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's and then we have our Monterey Bay district fee. Yeah.
And that comes through that's what the membership dues are for.
Yeah.
If we're not paying them, we would be paying for it.
Got it. Thank you. And then, like for office supplies, just like pens and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the things that we're buying, and maybe Darlene could come to the podium because she knows that budget more than anyone else. But we do pay for like our certificates, we get frames, so we do spend quite a bit on the frames, the proclamations, the certificates. That's actually a lot of it. But yes, it's pens. If you guys need a supply, vendors, your nameplate.
Huge amount though, Megan's correct. Huge amount is on certificates and frames and everything that goes into that, like the
Can you get closer to the,
ribbons, the nice paper.
can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Sorry. The stickers, the nice paper. We don't just use copy paper. We use really nice paper. The folders that go around that, all that costs a lot of money. The frames that we present sometimes for proclamations, those cost a lot of money. So the more stuff we give out, the more money we have to pour into that.
And then for the professional services and fees, how is that different from the membership dues?
The professional services are largely it's translation.
Oh, got it.
But it's basically to pay for someone to do certain things. And in this case, it's mostly the translation and a little bit for the end of our strategic planning process.
And then I know that the travel and the trainings is one, and then special events would be like if we want to do town halls, cleanups and stuff like that too, right?
Yes. So the direction we were given to you was to have a set aside for each council member to attend one training. So we did do that. It was a little bit more expensive than the direction of the set aside, but we're we can work within that budget. So it'll be roughly about 2,400 per person. And then so that's how we came up with the travel was originally was 2,000, but because we know that the league conference that's coming up increased in cost. Yeah. And then the $2,000 per council member is the 10,000 for special events. So each of you will have a 2,000 to do with, you know, what kind of, I think the idea was behind outreach, that you would do some kind of outreach, whether it's doing a town hall and paying for, you know, food to have the town hall, or sending out a mailer, or, you know, doing some level of outreach. That's what we would use that for, those costs associated. Or if you wanted to do a cleanup event to pay for, you know, the trash hauler, to, you know, anything that I think was kind of engaging the community, and we would work with you on that, but you would have that funding to do so.
And then if we wanted like allocation for promotional materials, because you know how we go to events to give out like city branded pens or like stickers, magnets, would that come out of like one of these?
It could. Sometimes we also, depending on other departmental budgets, because they might also do things for like sometimes HR will get the pencils that we hand out for the HR job fairs. We would kind of share with council.
And then moving on also to the police budget, I'm just more curious about what our plans are to decrease the events that we are having them attend in order to not use so much overtime. Is there a plan in place yet?
So I think when our new chief of police comes on board, he will work with staff to figure out what is a you know, how to engage, because we also want officers to know the community. It actually, I think, improves it has a benefit for them to see, you know, people not as always in trouble, but, you know, to get to know people at these events. But yes, we will have some presence, but we are looking at our limited staffing and how to best utilize that.
And then I had a question about uniform maintenance, because I see for the police department, the uniform maintenance budget is 17,000, and then for public works, it's 700. Can you talk about why there's such a stark difference?
Yeah, I mean, it has, I think Mike can answer that, but it really has to do with the MOU.
So the uniform maintenance that's up at the top, that's part of the MOU. We pay the officers, we give them $1,000 a year to purchase whatever they need for that year. So this came up a couple contracts ago where the concern was we had a policy and we had written in our MOUs that said you get 2 shirts and 2 pants. Well, maybe they wanted 4 pants and only 1 shirt, or they wanted more shirts than pants. And so they wanted some flexibility. So what the city agreed to do was say, okay, we will put the onus on you and you shop for your own. Because when the city was providing them, we used only one vendor. And some of them would say, well, I want to use this vendor or this vendor, or I want to buy it on Black Friday when I can get them cheaper and my dollars will stretch further. So we agreed to just say, okay, we'll give you the money, you purchase them according to our standards.
This one is the uniform maintenance. I think you're talking about uniform purchase.
Well, it says uniform maintenance on there, but that's the uniform, them maintaining their uniforms.
Yeah, and this is in the salary line. So this is what Mike is talking about in the MOU. The supply line is when someone starts, we have an agreement to just get them the baseline uniform.
And it includes in this budget, the ones down below, it includes the non-sworn, and the chief and the DC are not included in the salary.
They don't get that maintenance.
So they have a maintenance for the chief uniform and the assistant chief. Okay, and then the other non-sworn. where we have the CSOs and the office staff.
Thank you. And then another question I have for the non-department fund. I'm curious what motor vehicle to Gonzales means.
That's a VLF agreement that we have. It's called a subvention agreement with the city of Gonzales. The prisons are out there. This agreement goes back many, 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 many years. Does it go back prior to when you started with the cities? This has been many years ago. We had a city manager at one time tried to challenge that agreement, and it didn't end so well for the city of Soledad. But we have to, there's this calculation that I do. When we receive our VLF money, we have to share a portion of it with the city of Gonzales.
What is VLF?
It's the vehicle license fee. So when you renew your DMV, there's that line item that says vehicle license fee, it's VLF. We get a portion of that, and we're allocated based on the population of the city plus the prisons. And because the prisons are out there, and this agreement was decades ago, that the city of Soledad, there's a formula that we have to actually give them some, and it's about $200,000 a year.
I just was curious because I was like, what does that mean? And then I think my only other comments is that I remember last year speaking with Megan, I was really interested in sort of having something like a placard or something at Veterans Park just to like honor our veterans. And I'm wondering, I don't know if we'd be able to do it this year, but it's something that I'm still interested in.
Yeah, I think that's a high priority. And of course, as I keep telling council, we have only so much capacity, but that is something that has been discussed. So as we come up with, as we're finalizing the strategic plan goals and a lot of tasks, and what we're going to do is reconvene the council, and then you can prioritize what we work on. So if that becomes an urgent priority, like this is what I want you to do this year, then that would shift, our whatever those tasks are, and that could become, in the top, do this year. So it's not a big deal to do, but it does take some level of design, and you have to coordinate with the veterans group and make sure that they're on board and the language is good. And we of course are very pro veteran, so we've heard that from the council and from yourself. So I would say if it's your priority, just elevate it as we go through the strategic plan, and we'll figure it out. We have a mid-year budget, so we can always, I think, we had this opportunity for the condo, and we took it out of interest in our reserves to move forward with that. So if it, it's something that if we can't find it within the budget, which we would try to do first, then we would come back and say, okay, this is what we'd like to do. And if council's amenable to that, we can do that.
Awesome. Thank you. I think that concludes my
Mhm.
questions.
Thank you. And now we continue with Councilmember Bañuelos.
Yes, Mike, thank you again for the presentation. Just wanted to just say this for the public. We did meet up with Mike and the staff last week, and very detailed presentation, but then we had a lot of questions and concerns. But I wanted to kind of ask you if you can share with us just briefly, when you came on board, what was our deficit?
Well, we actually didn't have a deficit, but when I came on board in 2012, because I remember it because it was right at the time of the dissolution of the RDAs. So I had 2 strikes. So the first strike was dealing with the dissolution of the RDA. And the second thing was when I looked at the general fund, our general fund balance was $76,000.
Wow.
We have come a long way in at least my tenure here.
Wow. And that comes because of partnering, collaboration with the old council, and what can we do to raise that general fund? So
Well, it was out of those years that the council reserve was established. So it was within the next year, Adela was the city manager at the time, and Adela and I drafted a council reserve at $1.5 million. So the goal was, and it was an absolute goal, was that we were not going to spend everything that we brought in every year. We were, in fact, probably one of the largest things that got us there was the Measure Y committee. The committee actually recommended every year to save $200,000 to $250,000 a year and put it towards the reserve. So $1 million happened over 4 or 5 years.
Great. And then you had mentioned about Measure Y and why it's important that we put it on the ballot again. And because it's saving us so much money, correct? And then in regards to the contract with CAL FIRE, can you explain to me, the possibility of a parcel tax?
So a parcel tax, what we're exploring is something that our neighboring city, Greenfield, has already got in place. If you go back in the history of the city of Greenfield, the city did not have a fire department. The fire services were through a fire district. The district went broke and there was not going to be fire services. And so the city actually is faced with, we either acquire, we take over the fire service and bring our own fire department in, or we don't have a fire department. At the time, they didn't have the resources to bring on the full fire department. They were going to have the revenues from the district. But so they took to the voters a parcel tax for fire services. Those fees from that parcel tax can only be used. They're basically a special revenue fund, almost. They can only be used for fire services. They can't be used for police or to build a new city hall or anything like that. So what we're currently exploring is actually mimicking the Greenfield model. And, we don't want to get into all the details at this point in time because it's a little bit premature, but I did do a presentation to the council a year and a half ago now. Maybe it was January of last year, that at the time, the parcel tax for a single family resident was around $200. But there's a CPI every year that it goes up by the Consumer Price Index. And I think the Greenfield one is currently around $225, somewhere in that neighborhood. So when you boil that down, it's not a lot of money per month to pay for fire services. And so, but there will be a lot of educating that needs to take place. And we're not at that stage yet. We're just exploring right now whether or not the community would even support it. Because if the community doesn't support it, we're going to have another discussion about other decisions that we have to make.
Okay. And I really wanted to, you just pointed out a good word is educate. I wanted to make sure that we want to educate not just us, but also our community, the importance of this parcel tax, if, we're going to visit it soon, but, and we're growing, we're growing. We are going to have a hotel soon, three or 4 stories. I'm not sure, but, we do need that contract with CAL FIRE, but it's more just let the community know that, and to educate, like, where are these funds coming from, where's the funds going to? And I like to maybe kind of visit, doing maybe a town hall, maybe in a couple of months or so, and kind of educate them, like, where are these funds going, where the partial it's going to, Parks and Recs, because it's a lot of concerning residents do ask me, and of course, I know what I know, but then you and Jesus, I like share that whole detail with the community like you did before. So And I would like to, you know, consider that too in a couple of months.
And that will all be developed.
Yeah.
We've actually retained a consultant to help
Mhm.
us with this.
Mhm.
And they're the ones that helped bring on the polling company to actually get a baseline of where the community's at right now. So we know where we can maybe target some education. Also should mention that we're not in this alone. Our city to the north, Gonzales, is also considering a parcel tax. And so we're being cost conscious. Both cities are sharing the cost of this consultant. So both cities are using the same consultant. We're sharing the cost of the consultant. Their survey launched just yesterday. So in reality, the survey was the first step in educating. Because if you actually go through, it starts to educate the public on what the need is and why we need this, and whether or not they would be willing to support it.
Thank you. And then one last comment too, you know, for the community, because I really want to share this and have it on record, you know, we want your support. We want your feedback. You know, that's why we have these education town halls and stuff, because we all work. We all have things to do, but you know, it's important to be involved, you know, not in full effect, but you know, just to kind of understand where the taxes are going to go to and what's going to benefit here for our city. So I want you guys to please, you know, make effort, because I know we all make effort to go to concerts. I know we all make effort to go to football games, but make effort here, you guys. And I really want to stress that, because I really am very passionate about you guys being involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Bañuelos. I only have actually two comments and questions. On page 417 of the whole thingy. I don't know if you have it right there, but it's in the resolution. I think it's in the staff report under water wastewater operation fund.
Oh, in the staff.
In the
report.
staff report.
Okay.
And the staff report reads, the wastewater operating enterprise fund is projected to operate with a deficit of 3,414,876 for the fiscal year. Is that included in the general budget, or is something different?
So the wastewater is a fund all by itself, right? But that total deficit includes the capital spending. So if you took the capital spending out of it, we wouldn't have it be there. So it is not uncommon for an enterprise fund to deficit spend to do maintenance and replace capital assets.
Okay.
And that's why we build up reserves. So what we're doing this year is, for years and years and years, we have not maintained the plant, the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
And we're at a point where there is some significant maintenance and repairs that need to happen. And fortunately, we have built up reserves. We have it's $12 or $13 million there. So we're going to use that to do some of these significant repairs that will lengthen the life of the asset.
Okay. So in general terms, it doesn't affect it's not part of the, okay. The other thing that I have is, we in the slide that you have right there.
Yeah.
Consideration and adoption. Are we considering every item in that?
Yes, we are the resolution that there's
The
before you,
resolution covers the
it
entire
covers
thing.
this entire thing.
So I want to go to because of what you were saying a little while ago, that once you have, like for instance with Greenfield, once you have money that goes into something, it cannot be used for anything else. So about 15 years ago, around 2007, 2008, the community colleges in California were in debt to the federal government. One item that I remember, I was part of the academic senate, and one item that we review is that because it's allocated, the money is allocated in different purposes. One of the items that had a lot of money was allocated to the building. So the community colleges did not have money to offer classes, but they had a lot of money for the building, which was not done in several years. So now from them until now, you see, you visit all the community colleges in California, and all of them are beautifully renovated. I want to avoid that. I wanna make sure that what we do today will ensure that we have any money that is left, whatever we have, that can be put into the general fund, and then make sure that we have it right there in case we need it. And if it is for other purposes, then we can take it from that so that we can have access to it. I'm referring specifically to the number 3, approving a transfer of the budget of 32,000 from the general fund to a housing trust fund. If we transfer the money into the housing trust fund, are we gonna be able to get it back if we need it, or we're not gonna be able to get it? And let me finish the question. I'm sorry, I paused too long. So is it possible that we can keep the money in the general fund so that we have access just in case, and if needed, when we have the opportunity to use it in the housing trust fund, we can return it to it?
So the answer to your question is yes. The two questions is if it goes into a special revenue fund, then it would be designated for that special use. If I'm understanding your question, if let's say council decided tonight to take that 132,000 and move it to the general fund capital reserve, take it out of the operating reserve and put it into the capital reserve.
Yeah.
Yes, you would have access to it to do, it could be used for any purpose because it's still part of the general fund. So let's say in 3 years it was sitting there and we had some housing that was available and we wanted to do some of the comments that were brought up at the last meeting at the workshop. We wanted to do, entry-level loans for down payments, those types of things. We could then transfer it out for those loans into a housing fund and use it for those at that time. So yes, the answer to your question is we can do that. It's just what the council's preference is at this point.
But in that case, it will be from the general operating fund into what?
My recommendation would be to move it to the capital reserve fund.
Okay.
So that it doesn't get mixed with the current operating reserve fund.
So I will actually strongly suggest that we accept all the items except for the number 3, so that we can move it into the general, from the general to the general capital.
The general capital reserve fund.
Capital reserve fund, and that is actually my motion.
So you're motioning?
A motion that we accept all the, let me go back to I think I have it right here, right?
The motion would be just to
Just
adopt
to
the joint
adopt.
resolution with modification to
The
3, which is the transfer from the general fund to the housing trust fund. You'd rather have it from the general fund to the
capital.
The general fund capital reserve fund.
Capital reserve.
I would like to introduce a substitute motion, and
But my motion hasn't been second. So you have to wait until second,
it.
and then you can introduce your motion.
he can actually make a substitute
Okay.
motion. Yeah. So
Go ahead.
so I would like to make a substitute motion and consider and adopt all of these resolutions as they currently stand.
it's just a single resolution.
Oh, got it.
Anybody second?
I second.
Second by
But just for clarity's sake, you're seconding the substitute.
the substitute motion.
Yes.
With the housing.
Okay, so
the house.
just so that we can understand, so the way that is gonna happen is that we are gonna vote in the substitute motion, because there's still another, the original motion that I made. So if the substitute motion does not pass, then we have to go back to the motion that I made.
Correct.
If the substitute motion passes, then we stay like that. We don't go back to the original motion.
Are we allowed to continue having discussion on the substitute motion or no, because we already had a second?
Nope.
No, just
Okay.
voting. So just let's go then. For anybody in favor of the substitute motion, say hi.
Aye.
Would it be better to do a roll call or?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, let's do roll call.
Yeah, I think so.
Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera,
No.
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
No.
So the motion,
So the motion, what?
the substitute motion fails.
The substitute motion fails, then we go and voting for the original motion, which is accepting all the the resolution, but with the modification of transferring that 132,715 from the general fund into the general
Capital reserve.
capital reserve. And everybody in favor say, oh, let's do a roll call. Let's-
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify, since you were the maker of the motion,
Mhm.
but it was your intention, although it would be in this fund, if there was a housing opportunity
Yes.
that this
To bring it
funding
back into-
could be tapped into
But-
for that.
We still need a second.
Yeah, we still
Yeah.
need a second term motion.
So can conversations continue or no? There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
There's a
Okay.
motion on the floor.
I'll second that. motion.
Yes, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera and a second by Councilmember Caldera. We do roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Rose,
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Caldera.
Yes.
That motion then doesn't pass either, so you guys need to decide amongst yourselves
Mhm.
how you want to proceed.
Well, I wanna do a little bit, we are in very, very delicate times. If you pay attention to the state budget, it is under deficit and a very billions of deficit, and it's projected that it's going to be like that for the next 2 years as well. So if the federal government, if the state government is in deficit, we might be in deficit as well. Just because the budget is balanced, it's just that remember that we're taking a little bit of money from the reserve. So if we remove the money from the reserve, we will be $500,000 in deficit. The only reason why we're in balance is because we have a reserve, and we continue to have the reserve because of that, for that purpose. But I think that that we should consider having every money. I'm not asking to eliminate the housing program. I'm asking only to hold on to the money so that in case we need it. And then whenever the opportunity comes and there's people in need to do the housing, to help them with housing, then we can take it out of the general
Fund.
general capital fund, because if we put it in the trust, in the housing trust, we cannot touch it anymore.
Yeah.
We will not have access to the money. And in reality, my thought was to take the money that we're gonna get for the in-load fees and add it to that, but we're not gonna get the money anytime soon. So my first thought, let's get those two monies and put it in the general reserve and the general budgets, general reserve, so that we can have access to that. Something happened, something happened, God forbid, we're gonna have to dig into our reserves because that's the only money that we have left. So you see, if something, and we have this the whole year, we have this. We started construction in Front Street. We had a lot of changes because we didn't foresee those extra expenditures. So we have to make sure that we have money available for us for the next year. Because remember, if something happened, we don't have any more money in the general fund. We have to dig into the reserves. That's what we have right now. We're not going to be able to do anything. It's not like we're going to have pitch in some money and we can do the fixtures. No. If something happened throughout this year, we don't have any more money. The only money that we have is our reserve. So anything that we can get and put it into that reserve, the capital reserve, is, for me, is good. I'm not saying if in a year or so we wanna provide some funds for the housing fund, perfect. Let's get it back from the general fund that we have and put it back into that.
And,
Can I go next?
I just, through the chair, I did want to clarify that the in lieu fees would have to stay for housing.
Yeah.
That's the mitigation for the affordable housing. So that fund couldn't go. It would be restricted to like a housing trust fund, basically.
Just a clarification, that was, I was explaining my thought.
Yeah.
My desire, not reality. I realized that it cannot be touched, that it has to go to the, and that's why I focus more in this 100 and something money. Yes, Councilmember Ansel Sanchez.
Thank you. I think for me is that I'm someone that is pro housing, and I want to make sure that we have enough funds for housing, especially because a couple weeks ago we moved to not have moderate housing, and my intention was that hopefully we could bring back that amount once it is in the housing trust fund, to move it over to our like existing funds that we have for something like a first-time home buyer program. And I want to be able to build on those funds so that we are also competitive in any grants that may open up as well, and show that we're starting a fund, we have a pool of money. And I feel like that's why I'd feel more comfortable leaving it as is into there. I understand your concerns about deficits in the state. However, as Mike explained in his presentation, we are fully equipped to weather a storm. So that's why I feel comfortable moving that amount into that housing trust fund.
And just for clarification, we are like that because we have the reserve. But we don't have nothing else, just the reserve. So every emergency that we have to dig into the reserve. That's it. We are balanced, but because we took $500,000 from the reserves. So if I don't see, and this is my apologies for being like that, but I don't see housing building right now. So there is a little opportunities that we're going to be able to use that money. It might happen in a year or so, but in the meantime, that money cannot be touched in a year or so. So again,
I think for me, it's just interesting that we're having this conversation right now because we did dip into reserves to purchase a condo. So it's just, I think we're kind of picking and choosing when we want to dip into reserves and when we don't. So that's why I'm a little kind of confused of this conversation that we're having now. My opinion still stands. I think it should still go into that housing trust fund.
okay.
I have a question.
Yes,
If Mike can help me clarify on, Megan, you had mentioned in regards to the lieu fees, it's going to remain there. It's not going to be touched. And the new housing trust fund, do we have any, it's new, so we don't have any funds in there right now? 300,000?
Yeah, we don't have anything in there, although we have funding that we're working through CDBG,
Okay.
that we have allocated. We actually have the program funding. We just have to get permission from the state to use it for a down payment assistance program. That's what we put our application in to use it for. And then we have, we I think have already applied for home funds through the state for additional down payment assistance, which would be up to 500,000. I don't know, we should know July, August, if we will get those funds. And actually, there will be an action later for council to designate a home administrator, but that is the project that we are working on in terms of down payment assistance. And then the 575 would go into a separate fund, you know, presuming that the developer moves forward. To move forward, they'd have to pay that fee, transfer the fee to the city. And then we would put it in its fund. And then we haven't directed how those funds would be utilized. That would be for council to determine. And we would bring up opportunities, whether it's to put to more down payment assistance or to do something else with.
Okay. And I understand your point, and I understand your point as well, but I'm thinking about not now. I'm thinking about the future, and I'm thinking about what's going on right now with our administration. You know, it's all the what ifs, because we don't know. It's all the what ifs, like, and my thing is, I'm not saying that I'm sitting on it. I want to really just really think about this for me, and the importance of, because I do want to, you know, I'm on board with the housing, you know, your affordable housing with everyone, but I have to really consider my decision, but I'm not gonna decide right now. I really have to sit on it.
Well,
I don't know.
just
I
point of
think-
information.
I don't know.
What
I think-
point of information, we have to accept or not, or reject the budget.
Mhm.
No?
And I don't, yeah, and I
Oh, okay,
don't
okay.
think you want to reject the budget over this
This, yes.
item. What I might ask Mike Howard about, and maybe Mike Rodriguez, if we adopt the budget and
Without-
table this item, is that an option?
Table number 3.
Because
You actually just read my mind.
yes.
Okay.
That particular item.
So as I was sitting there and I'm thinking, July 1st is around the corner. This would be called the city shutdown. Maybe one of the motions potentially, and I guess I'll leave it up to the city attorney, is just like we were changing it,
Hmm.
is to remove that from the resolution and adopt everything but that item. And because the money is already in the general fund, we've already received and earned the money. It was just an idea to move it over to a housing fund.
So taking no action on that then tonight, not moving it from the general fund, we'll just leave it in the general fund
Mhm.
until it comes back for subsequent discussion.
Essentially removing item 3 from the resolution.
Right.
So do we need a motion?
Then
for-
I move that we remove item number 3 and adopt the budget as
Resolution.
is.
Does
Is
that,
that-
and does that
Second?
come with direction then to bring item number 3?
Yes,
to the
yeah,
council
with
for
direction to
further
bring item number 3 for reconsideration later
Okay,
on.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's been move and second that we adopt the resolution. Oh my God, I always.
It's
64, 6245.
6248.
No, I got. no, no,
6245.
It's
This one, it's a joint
6245,
resolution. Yeah.
a joint resolution
It's
for the budget.
6245 and SA,
Yes.
which is successor agency 2025-01.
Removing the item number 3 to bring it for consideration later on in other time. second by Councilmember Caldera. And let's do roll call for that. Yes.
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 Motion passes. Unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you for approving the budget. You're welcome.
Yes, Mike and I were like sweating bullets there.
So now let's move on to resolution, business item 2. Resolution 6249, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a contract change order for construction service with Monterey Peninsula Engineering for the amount of $32,144 for a total not to exceed the amount of $480 with $38 for the Soledad Fire Department aerial apparatus bay Phase 1 project and authorizing the city manager to execute say contract change order on behalf of the City of Soledad. And yeah, we have somebody there. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Alex Ramos, the Assistant Engineer with the City of Soledad Public Works Department. The item before you has a few items and elements within it, so bear with me as I go through each one of them. So not only is this a change order, but this is also accepting the respective budget amendments in the following 2 fiscal years, the current one we're in and the next one. So jumping into the change orders, the change order for tonight contains 2 items. One is being the motorized doors, and that's essentially providing the existing at bay the ability to open the back and front doors just like a garage style system. The reason why you see these typically at all fire stations is because it really speeds up the process. You don't have to dedicate manpower to manually open these doors. Unfortunately, at the time when we were putting this project out to bid, we weren't too entirely sure how we were going to do the electrical portion of this project, mostly because PG&E had threw us a curveball at the beginning. We have the existing fire station and it predates 1950s kind of thing, and at the time building codes aren't as stringent as they are now, so we had a lot of can of worms we may have opened up in the process, and we were exploring options. So at the bare minimum, we had essentially wrote out an addendum during the bidding process saying, well, at the bare minimum, let's provide this building with just doors and we'll figure it out as time progresses. So that's the reason why we're bringing this change order, or at least this portion of the change order for tonight's meeting. The second portion of it is we've essentially spent X amount of dollars on this project, and we're making a big investment. It's a big investment for the City of Soledad, and we want to protect this investment by, considering options like this concrete floor sealer that we were talking about. Other fire stations, in my conversation with Fire Chief Jason Lukenbach, has essentially said it's a great product. It's a concrete floor sealer by the name of, bear with me, Retropel flooring coating. And it's essentially an application that you apply to the surface layer of your concrete slab where the ladder truck sits, and essentially prolongs the useful life of your building. When you have this ladder truck now going out as a first, for everything, it's going in and out of the building quite a bit. It's going to do wear and tear. It's a heavy ladder truck. And in speaking with Jason, it's really cool, but the tires heat up quite a bit because it's so big, right? It has a lot of friction. You don't want to introduce heat to your concrete floor. Concrete will expand and contract as you apply and reduce heat. So you're going to start seeing propagation of cracks and all those things. So adding this portion into the current project would not only prevent those items, but it'll just overall protect your investment and prolong the useful life of the project. So with that being said, so bear with me. Staff is therefore recommending the change order for tonight, right? And in consideration for adoption, not only would we be approving the change orders, but we would also be approving 2 respective budget amendments to the capital improvements line item of the Fire Impact Fee Fund. That's Fund 772. One in the amount of $15,000 for fiscal year 24-25, and the second in the amount of $17,144 for fiscal year 25-26. And with that being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Council, we have a presentation. Let me take it out to the public to see if there's anybody who will have questions online. Do we have anybody online? Nobody online. Here in chambers, we don't have anybody. So let's go back to our council and let's start with Councilmember Bañuelos this time. Do you have any questions or comments?
Just a comment. I'm really excited for the ribbon cutting on Friday.
So am I.
And not only that too, another question is regards to, you mentioned about, we overlooked at the, what was that? The rolling of the at bay.
The motorized
Yeah,
doors?
the motorized, sorry.
Yes.
So it's going to be totally not to exceed 480,000 or, I mean, or is
Yes.
it 32,000?
So the change order for tonight is that 32,144. And with that being said, if council adopts this, approves this change order, we would have a new construction amount not to exceed the 480 and $38 there.
Okay. No other questions.
Thank you. And we continue with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. No questions. Councilmember Caldera.
Well, my comment is that if we're spending that much money on a big building like that or a new building like that, why not protect the building? So I believe we're doing the right thing by approving the additional 32,000. Knowing a little bit about buildings and that kind of stuff, I believe we're doing the right thing.
Completely agree.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions. So let's move on to motion. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Bañuelos and second by Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Abstentions? Neither. So motion passes.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. And now we're going to our last item, which is business item 3, update on the city ongoing immigration efforts and work of the ad hoc committee on immigration. Should we have
Yeah, I
our
can-
city manager?
Yes, I can make a report. So since we reaffirmed our sanctuary since establishing our sanctuary city status in 2017, there has been renewed immigration enforcement action at the federal level. And so it was the desire of council to establish an ad hoc committee on immigration. And so council did ask for us to kind of go over some of the things that we have been working on in the committee, and also just to let you know what has been happening also at a staff level. We have worked with different folks to expand legal education. I think we were the first ones in South County to hold a Know Your Rights workshop in conjunction with Watson Law Center. And we also supported multiple, I think about it, 6 other similar educational workshops that occurred in the town. And we did promote it widely on our webpage. Staff has worked to distribute over 3,000 red cards. We ran out of red cards and we actually ordered more and have distributed them. In addition, we set up a web page to combine all of the resources in one location. There are videos that are on that web page. And we have promoted that web page, but probably need to do some additional promotion about its existence. As you know, our city attorney has been in communication with potential involvement in litigation as a sanctuary city to make sure that the city doesn't lose federal dollars. We provided in the attachments from our public affairs agency information about where litigation has been on this issue and what they think could possibly be the response if funding was withheld. There has been already some rulings on that have precluded the federal government and the first Trump administration from stripping away funding from sanctuary cities. And that's in that overview. And then additionally, we have talked about, there has been a lot of legislation, which is very unique at the state level addressing the issue of immigration. So that has been a new thing. We have already, although it's not necessarily in our legislative platform, we've already, when we brought the legislative platform to you, we already had submitted a letter of support for AB 49. So that is something, that's the Maritsuchi bill that restricts ICE access to school sites without valid legal documentation. So we've already done that, and we provided also in the attachments kind of where these items are at the committee level. So tonight, I think we're just looking to file this report, but if there's some guidance you wanted to provide to us on the legislative bills, that would also be helpful. Generally speaking, I think our understanding is that we should be sending letters of support on most of these items. We did have a conversation at the subcommittee or at the ad hoc committee about Senate Bill 635, which prohibits local agencies that regulate street vendors from collecting information related to immigration status or criminal background. I think that was the one piece of legislation that gave us a little bit of pause because we wanted some clarification on if there could be, the police department does not ask about legal status, but it was a little bit vague in some of the legislation what this meant or criminal background. So I did try to get some clarification on that. I did reach out to the League of Cities, but they haven't really taken a position. It's not really kind of in their wheelhouse to take positions on immigration because that's a little bit outside of city business. They're more focused on, housing legislation and land use legislation. So, I haven't been able to get more information about that, but I think the committee, but we have the two committee members here generally supported the idea, and it's consistent with what the police department do. They do not ask for immigration, but understanding that we do want them to continue to enforce vendors, illegal vendors. In fact, that was a request of council that we address the illegal vendors that were on the ramp. So we want to make sure that there's nothing that precludes them from enforcing issues such as that. So I can craft a letter of support that sort of creates a little bit of nuance, working maybe a little bit with Mike on that particular bill, because it's a little bit more getting into local control, I think, than
You're
the
talking
other.
about 65,
Yeah,
635.
Yeah,
Senate Bill 635.
and just a little bit more information. I am part of the League of California Cities in the Revenue Taxation Policy Committee and also in the Community Service Policy Committee. And we had the meeting on Thursday and Friday. And Friday, the Community Service Policy talked a little bit about this, and they said that they brought it back to go over that because there is a lot of inconsistencies with that law. So they're still in development. That is one of the what is it? 5 bills that are in progress. That is more. They have to modify it and come up with a new language. So we're not the only ones looking into it. The League of California is looking into it, and hopefully in the next few weeks, I think they have what 2 weeks, 3 weeks to start passing all these bills. So hopefully by the July meeting, we will have more information on that.
Okay.
With that, let's take it to the public for. Did you finish?
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just cut you.
I probably didn't do the report justice, but you read it, so.
Okay. So let's go to the online and to the public. Do we have anybody online asking questions? We don't have anybody here in the chamber, so let's open it up for council and start with Councilmember Caldera. Do you have any questions, comments?
No questions. Actually, I thought it was very productive meeting we had. The ad hoc.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Of course. So thank you all for your work and for this report. I do want to make a point of clarification that a lot of the items that were discussed in the staff report were done, I believe outside of the ad hoc committee, like the Know Your Rights, Know Your Rights workshop, distribution of red cards, and the Immigration Resource Hub. I think the conversation had already started. So just wanted to clarify that point. I am curious if we have any update on any current funding that is at risk because we are a sanctuary city.
Yeah, I can I don't know that we would have funding at risk. To my knowledge, there's not anything that would be clawed back per se, but more future opportunities. So probably the biggest one is Jason has been working with a grant writer to redo our SAFER grant. So we're working, I'm going to be reviewing that with the intention of submitting our SAFER proposal, which the proposals are due July 3rd. We probably will submit them next week. So that's a potential one. We did submit also an assistance for firefighters grant that we haven't heard back yet. We submitted that in December. That is a much smaller grant. The SAFER grant over a 3-year period of time, it's probably like a $3 million+ grant. The assistance for firefighter grant, I think, is in the realm of 40,000. So those are probably the 2 biggest ones that could be at risk.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering if we could receive clarity on legal notification requirements to city council members when ICE will be in the city.
Yeah, so it depends on when ICE comes, because if ICE doesn't always alert the police department, but generally the times that they have alerted them is when they have a criminal warrant, because we're part of a task force with Homeland Security, and so Homeland Security and others, probation and so forth, will come together and they will alert the PD just to be, just to let them know in case something happens if they're going to pick up someone who has a criminal warrant. And because of that, because for the officer safety and so forth, we don't pre-warn anyone about the criminal warrants. Now, if ICE just showed up in town, Chief Lombardi would alert us and we would alert the council immediately as soon as we know. So that's our policy, that any sort of ICE sightings or anything like that, we would immediately alert the public. And they would not participate. They do not participate in that level of work. But I think the spirit of the resolution, and Mike could probably provide some clarity, is that it wouldn't apply when it was a criminal action.
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's the carve out, is that it does require some participation on the part of the police department when they're exercising a criminal arrest warrant.
Mhm.
And what
And
is,
just
can I-
as part of the communication, just in this item, today at the press release, one of the sheriffs actually mentioned that they do not conduct federal law. They don't practice federal law.
Yeah,
But if it is a federal warrant, then they can help. I previously asked the same question to the former chief of police in Soledad, and he said they don't have to tell us. That is the reason, that because they're federal, they don't actually have to let us know that they're gonna come into Soledad. So we don't know. They could have the courtesy of doing so, but they don't have to. That's why we don't know. We know when people know as well.
Yeah, and that is true. I mean, generally speaking, when we do have advance notice, it's because of the warrant,
Criminal
the
warrant. Mhm.
criminal warrant.
so going off that then, if and when ICE is here and has presence in the city and arrests are made, how will we ever know? Like, will they come in, arrest folks to deport them? Will we get a notification?
Mm-mm.
Is there a documentation process?
Nope.
We're not part of that process.
Okay, so then they can just pick somebody up. We wouldn't even know, and we don't know even if they are actually picking up criminals or if they're just picking whoever off the street.
Well, so when there's a criminal warrant, they have been notifying the police department. And what I have been doing is, after the warrant is after they've secured the individual, I've been I mean, we had only one incident that happened. Unfortunately, a lot of people saw ICE at the time, but as soon as I was able to, I let the council know that yes, they were, and they had a criminal warrant. It has not happened thus far, that to our knowledge, that they have come in and done a sweep without having some type of criminal warrant.
Would it be possible to have a protocol in place if somebody comes that for the criminal, like what happened, I think last time, there can be like some sort of protocol so that we know up until what information we're allowed to share, just because I think we knew some items and we were being asked, but we don't know like how sensitive it is, what our legal responsibility is.
Well, as soon as like anything that I am not able to disclose, it is not like there are some things, even sometimes I don't know because of the safety or the confidentiality. Sometimes I'm also notified after the fact, but there's like what do I want to say? There's some information that we can't make anybody privy to because it's happening in real time and there's a safety, potential and so forth. So even I might not, like I said, even I might not know, but as soon as I'm able to say something, I will disclose to you and I will say, this is, you can't disclose this at this point. It gets really tricky with warrants. So there are times where I can't if I know ahead of time, which I might not know, I can't really divulge until the warrant has been issued and the person has been taken into custody. So, but I will definitely, share with you what I can, even if there's like 2 levels of confidentiality, and maybe Mike can describe it better than I am probably describing it out. There's one that like I can't disclose at all, no, if I know. And then there's another level that the general public, we're not providing that information to the general public, but as council members, you can know some more information.
In general.
And then I will tell you, you can't share, but I'm telling you, this is what's going on. Like sometimes I can share with you, like there have been some fire incidences or medical instances where I can share a little bit more information than the general public.
But the rule of thumb would be we're never going to provide information that might jeopardize the actual
Yeah.
Right.
arrest. Right.
Exactly.
Awesome. And then I know that we already adopted our budget, but I'm hoping that we can have some sort of funding for outreach on immigration issues so that we're able to let the public know what's going on. Also, I wanted to
You
make
mean in addition to the efforts that are already being taken?
correct.
Okay.
And then just another highlight that I think we should have, since we were highlighting everything that we're doing in general in the staff report, is just the former chief's mayor that was in the former chief's memo in coordination with the California Police Chiefs Organization on not supporting enforcement of immigration activities was something that was also done. Chief
yeah.
Austin was here.
Yep.
And then not a final, but like moving on to the bills. I'm in support of all of them. I understand where you all are coming from on prohibiting regulating street vendors. I still think it's something that we should support when it comes to like the immigration status aspect of it. There's another bill that I think that the city should explore in supporting that came out this week, SB 627, which would make it a misdemeanor to wear masks while on duty, except in certain circumstances. And this would be for local, state, and federal application here in the state of California. And this is just due to the rise of secret police grabbing and disappearing people. I'm sure that we've seen the news and how this has been happening, and it's happening more rampant. So I recommend that the city has a letter of support for SB 627. And that ends my comments.
Okay. Councilmember Bañuelos?
I do not have any.
No questions. All right. Do we need any motions for this or just
No,
No.
accept the report, and
accept
then
the
we'll
report.
bring back maybe more information for the council as a whole on SB 267, so that
627.
627?
627.
And I also, I think that we could also talk about this with the legislative committee, and maybe the letter of support can be done through the
Subcommittee.
what is
Yeah.
it?
The subcommittee?
The
Yeah.
subcommittee, yeah.
Oh, sounds good.
Yes, and that everybody's in agreement that we accept the report and move on to our next item, which is reports. Let me open it. So the last item is reports, major report. The major is not here, so
Well, you
does that mean that I
can
have?
make your
Okay,
report
so
now.
let me do my report. On the 9th, June 9th, I attended the AMST monthly meeting with a resolution, a proclamation for Carl. Let me see if I can pronounce it correctly. Sedoric, which is the Sedoric. Okay, I put the accent in a different syllable. So we provided several other cities provided the same similar resolutions. He got a bunch of them. The only thing is that he was going through a personal matter. It's a very sad situation. So we just went through the meeting and recognize several individuals and him, and then finish up with the meeting. On the 10th, I attended the Immigration Ad Hoc Committee, in which we talk about situations and particularly those items that are that we're gonna support. I do have, if I can, I think I have the numbers of all of them. Is AB 49, AB 1261, AB 48, AB 98, and AB SB 635, which is, like I said before, in process because there's a lot of confusion with the language. On the 11th, I attended a budget meeting that we all attended. On the 12th, I attended the Revenue and Taxation and Policy Committee, which is done by the League of California Cities. And in that particular meeting, I talked to a person. Well, one of the things that I'm very interested in is in finding revenue for the city. And in my perspective, one of the revenues that we could have is bringing a different industry. And the industry that I would like to bring is artificial intelligence. And there's this person in Los Angeles, which he lived in the area as well. And he said to email him, so I'm gonna request a meeting with him to see if there's any way that he can connect us with companies that can bring their industry over here. The next day on the 13th, I attended a Community Service Policy Committee. And one of the items that I talked before is the SB 635, which is in process in review for that item. And then today, I attended I first attended the press conference in front of the courthouse, along with Councilmember Manuelos. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you the other last name, but anyway, so I first attended that, and then I attended a MST safety barbecue. That was delicious. And the finished day here in the council meeting. So that's all in my report. Let's continue with council reports, and let's start with Councilmember Bañuelos.
All right, so I want to just be quick because I attended a lot, but I wanted to make an addition to the ones from my last events. I did on May 31st attend the Liberty Chapel Community lunch outreach, and that was a great turnout. May 31st, I did participate in the Troy County's community cleanup with Maury Treelevin and at the high school, and that was a great experience just to kind of be out there. June 5th, I did attend the groundbreaking for Real Rock Brewery along with Councilmember Cabrera and Mayor Ana Velasquez. And on June 9th, I did attend the 4th of July committee because I'm part of the committee. So we're underway. We are going to have fireworks. We're going to have bandas, and we're going to have a band, and we're going to have all the games. On June 10th, I did attend the Bracero Legacy at the courthouse with the Board of Supervisors. And on June 11th, we all attended the budget meeting last week along with the mayor and council members. June 11th, as the alternate for the Citizens Advisory Committee, I did attend the Salinas Valley State Prison and CTF committee, and it was very interesting, having all these programs for all our inmates, and getting connected, and of course partnering up and continue to partner up with them. June 12th, I did meet with Megan and Mike for a briefing in regards to the budget. I did have a few questions. June 13th, I did attend the Music at the Park. It was our first one, and it was really good, great music. And the next one is going to be Friday, July 11th, so please come out. I did attend the Soledad High School graduation along with Councilmember Caldera and Cabrera. And I also was the MC that night for Sober Grad. So it was a great experience. I enjoyed doing that. And again, on June 15th, the next day, on behalf of the Sober Grad Committee, the Sober Grad Committee had so many donations of food. And so I went ahead and fed our friends at the encampment, and they really, really appreciated it. And that was on behalf of the Sober Grad Committee. And on July 16th, I attended the 4th of July committee, so it's all getting closer. And on the 16th and the 17th, I did have a briefing again with Megan for our agenda. And on the 17th, we did, I attended the workshop at CTF called Hard Stories. This is a great a collaboration with an organization called Hard Stories, and it is a workshop for inmates to have, rehabilitation and, just to have artifacts, paints, and expressing their feelings and of course their life stories. And that was a great experience. Last two is I did attend the press conference today with Councilmember Cabrera. And also my acknowledgement is again all the graduates who graduated from grammar school, preschool, high school, and then also acknowledgement with Chief Lombardi. I just really want to stress with him, thank you for stepping up and being the acting chief.
Yes, thank you so much. And now let's continue with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
All right, mine is a little bit shorter. Last week, I wasn't able to attend the AMBAG meeting because we were here having our budget workshop. I did want to mention that I, along with I think all of us on the council, co-signed a letter of support needed, or a letter to Governor Newsom asking for support for local communities responding to federal immigration overreach. We did receive a response from Governor Newsom's office, which included an update with a temporary restraining order on Trump's illegal federalization of the state National Guard under U.S. Constitution and Title 10. That they also mentioned that there is a state budget is pending final negotiations with the legislature, which would continue ongoing funding that supports immigrant-related legal services. And there are current funds to support removal defense, detained representation, and legal services for impacted communities, which includes CDSS removal defense program, immigration services funding, CSU legal services, and youth legal services. And then they reiterated their commitment or Governor Newsom's commitment to protecting vulnerable communities. And then also, I forgot to mention, I attended the Juneteenth Jubilee in Seaside on Saturday. And then I had my agenda briefing yesterday with Megan.
Thank you. And Councilmember Caldera?
Yeah, mine's not as long as Manuelo's there. Okay, on the 10th, I attended the Immigration Ad Hoc Committee with Megan, Mike, and Mayor Pro Tem. Also on the 10th, attended the recognition of the Braceros and the Tigres del Norte. The 10th, had a briefing with Megan. 11th, we had our budget meeting, and the 14th, I attended the Solid High School graduation.
Yeah.
Along with Manuelos and Cabrera, yes.
Does name tag.
Yes, so we're gonna have to bring those over here. Thank you so much. And with that, we are moving on to,
Oh, okay.
we're moving on to city manager report, yes. So we don't have an attorney's report.
A couple of things to let folks know about. There will be a PG&E public safety shut off from June 19th to June 22nd. It does look like there are a few people on the other side of Orchard Lane that may be impacted right around the park. So most of the city, it looks like, will not be subject to this, but in any event, I did want to let people know if your power is off, that you might want to check the outage map to see if you're part of that public safety shut off. The community center, They will be commandeering a portion of the community center parking lot to offer charging stations, snacks, and water, and they'll have a porta potty out there. So you'll see that at the community center for those days. A reminder that we have our ribbon cutting for our ladder truck and our apparatus bay, which is not quite yet complete, but almost there. On June 20th at 10 a.m. I know some of you can't attend because you work, and so sorry. I mean, we wanted to accommodate our senator at the time who helped get the $2 million earmark, making it possible. So her schedule is pretty tight, so that's why we landed on that date. I also wanted to mention that tomorrow, even though it is Juneteenth, some of us will be working because we have a El Pajaro CDC ribbon cutting at the Gateway Center. I think some of you have indicated that you would attend. I also wanted to note that on June 28th, we will have a kickoff for our Toledo Basin design work from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We thought it would be nice to do it on site instead of having a boring workshop in a building. We'll be out there, and that we'll have kind of some fun pop-ups and different activities that recreation is going to do. I wanted to mention that our chief of police is scheduled to start July 14th. We were originally planning on scheduling a meet and greet on July 16th, but we also may need to meet on that date. So we're trying to figure out how to coordinate some of those days. I also wanted to encourage you to consider maybe sending out a letter. I think this falls within the legislative committee, but I did hear that the governor's budget has no funds for HAP, the program, the homeless program that goes through the continuum of care, and that's a huge support for us. And so it's something that we probably should be sending a letter asking for reconsideration of that. It helps fund the Share Center, which is the regional homeless shelter, which does have folks from Soledad in that facility, and it has a lot of families. So it would be the location. If we had a homeless family, we would connect them with the one in Salinas. And then Darlene and I met today with SCAR, and we're looking at maybe doing some type of services that we would bring back to council, doing a community cat program where we might work with them to trap and release, but fix cats, because we have been hearing, and I know we've gotten some complaints about cats. So we're looking to find a long-term solution than sending them to the SPCA. And then finally, I'm very interested in working, maybe Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, but I know you've brought up Veterans Park, but I really think we need to work with veterans organizations to figure out. We've been wanting to do a lot of things, and we haven't been able to get things off the ground. So maybe a couple of council members would want to work with me on that. We wanted to do the banners. We haven't done the banners. We've wanted to do something in Veterans Park. So maybe if anyone's interested, give me a call, and I need some help finding the right organizations. So.
I volunteer my wife and I to work with you, and my wife is in that.
Oh yeah, okay. And then it sounds like Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez is interested. So maybe
we'll think about it.
Okay.
You can't take my ideas.
Yeah.
I'm helping you. I'm cheering you.
Oh, so it sounds like I have 2 volunteers.
So
I will work with
I do have contacts too, so.
Okay, perfect. Great. Okay, that's it for me.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we are finishing.
Future agenda items?
Yes, that's what I'm going. I was just gonna say, we're finishing before 10. So, city manager report, we gonna continue with future agenda items. Anybody, Bañuelos, Councilmember Bañuelos, do you have anything?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I should put this on here, Megan, Mike, I don't know. Your thoughts is what I mentioned earlier in regards to, I know Acting Chief Lombardi's not here, maybe, the hard stories, at the prison. Or-
I think
but-
it's more of a, not that it's a bad idea, it's
Yeah.
more about kind of prioritization.
Mhm.
So, I can talk
Yeah.
to PD, offline
Mhm.
and then we could decide, um, let me talk to the Lombardi first and
Maybe
then,
something
or
like
Chief
certificate of
Lombardi.
recognition or something, yes, instead of an item.
Yeah, but I think, Councilmember
I have more,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, she wants to do like maybe an activity where we could display their work.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I think she wants something a little bit more involved. Of course, we could do a certificate, but,
No.
yeah.
Okay.
No, it was just more because of their artwork. We want to make sure, because we have a lot of families that have inmate families here that, go visit with them and they have this art that we want to display. So I think,
Maybe we
I'll-
can contact
talk
the
to-
Soledad Historical Society and do a,
that or like
exhibition.
local
Mhm.
businesses or something, we can have them
Okay.
displayed in different sections. But
music
I'll
in the
talk to
park, we can display.
Oh, I forgot to mention that. It was a huge success. So hopefully the next one, we didn't have as great of a turnout, but the band was great. So hopefully people will come for reggae. which
All
is,
right,
Which
nice.
is the second Friday of the month. I can't remember what month it is.
It's the second.
We're gonna
11th.
recommend to bring,
July 11th.
Yeah.
bring your heart, not your habits. Okay, so Councilmember Caldera, do you have anything to add? Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, anything to add to the agenda, future agenda? And I don't have anything else. So with that, if nothing else, let's adjourn at 9:55 before 10.